was that which was given by the masters of the maternity hospitals, and in particular Professor Malone, who, to paraphrase him, said, "The Eighth Amendment prevents him from providing a full range of healthcare services for the women in his care." Repeal simpliciter is the best option. It is Sinn Féin's preferred option, and it is the option favoured by the committee. This has to be reflected in any question put to the people. I won't rehearse for you here the Sinn Féin position, which is well known and has been well ventilated, but what I will say is this. I am immensely proud of my party and our members for the manner in which they have discussed this issue of women's health and healthcare, and the way that they have embraced the need to repeal the Eighth Amendment. Given that we are presently concluding a comprehensive 32-county women's health policy, it is not appropriate that we would preempt any further decision of our members on this issue. We will be bound by the decision of our members. Our activists are the lifeblood of our movement, and their decision, once democratically arrived at, is important to us. It is instructive. It is not indicative. However, whatever our members decide, we must be clear that it is unimplementable unless and until we repeal the Eighth Amendment. We are having a respectful debate here today. Let's hope that we have a respectful campaign. And I would call on all repealers to come together, and whether we agree or disagree on what legislation may be drafted in the aftermath, we have to put repeal first. I would call on the leaders of other parties to do what their job title suggests and lead on this issue. The women of Ireland won't thank us if we do not provide leadership. They won't thank us for using this referendum to score political points. The committee heard a huge amount of unbiased and expert evidence. Some of it was very moving, like the stories shared with us by Terminations for Medical Reasons, and some of it put very clearly the need for repeal. I want to conclude by saying to my parents and to others who campaigned against the insertion of the Eighth Amendment in 1983, you were right. What you said in 1983 was right. These people were the subject of quite disgraceful and disgusting intimidation at the time, but they predicted all of these issues. We can say now that they were right when they predicted the complications that would result from inserting an issue relating to women's healthcare into our Constitution. Finally, we have an opportunity to put this right. We thank the veterans of '83 for trying to keep this amendment out of the Constitution, and we tell them that we will not miss this opportunity to work hard to get it out. Similarly, I thank all those young people, many of whom are young women, who have driven this issue in more recent years. And I say this as someone who, and we were all sharing and swapping our ages yesterday evening, but I will say this as someone who's possibly moving gently into the category of owl one. It's not for me that this amendment needs to be repealed, but it is for those women who will be coming after me. And finally today, I remember Anne Lovett, Sheila Hodgers, Joanne Hayes, and all of those women who have been horrendously served by the state. And for them, and for our daughters and our granddaughters, we will repeal the Eighth Amendment.
Very good. Move on now to Labour. Deputy Anna.
Thank you very much, Lás Ceann Comhairle, and I too want to very much welcome the opportunity that I've had to serve as a member of the Oireachtas Committee on the Eighth Amendment. It really was a privilege, and I would pay tribute in particular to the Chair, but to all of the members, some of who came on particular journeys, but it was a very, very positive and enriching experience. And I'd also thank the members of the Citizens' Assembly for the work that they did, including their chair, Justice Lafoy. It was a particular privilege for me, as one of those owl ones who actually did campaign back in 1983. And I'm disclosing there for my age category to some extent, but I won't be absolutely exact on my age. But I did campaign in 1983. I campaigned against the insertion of the amendment into the Constitution. It was a very difficult campaign. It was my first election campaign ever, first time I ever knocked on doors. And I think if that didn't put me off knocking on doors, nothing ever will, because it was a truly horrendous campaign for everybody, particularly those involved on the side I was on. So for that reason, it was really historic yesterday to listen to the debate here in the chamber. And it would be simply unthinkable, not very many years ago, that a Minister for Health would actually have to stand up here in the Dáil and would read out numbers of women from every county in Ireland who had travelled to Britain for abortions, and from every county in Ireland. And back in those dark days in 1983, women were in a very dark and lonely place. We saw evidence of that this week in the information in relation to the Kerry babies case and the way in which Joanne Hayes was treated. But it was a very dark and lonely place for Irish women in so many ways. And others here have spoken about the Magdalene laundries, about the way in which children were put into institutions, the way in which unmarried mothers were treated. But it is still a dark country for those thousands of Irish women who either travel to Britain or elsewhere to have an abortion, or who have to take a pill, again in that dark, lonely place where they can't talk about it, where they're actually committing a crime. So while we have come an awful long way, we still haven't dealt with that issue of the women of Ireland. The over 5,000 a year, if you take the 2016 figures and you add those who've travelled and given Irish addresses to England and Wales, to the numbers who accessed women on the web. And that's not even all of them, because others travel to other places and others access pills online through other mechanisms. So we have to ensure that we address this issue, that we address it now, because we cannot say that Ireland isn't a dark place for women until we address this issue as well. And I do very much welcome the fact that at the committee there was that openness to listen from everybody. Maybe I would make some exceptions, but most of the people on the committee were willing to listen to the evidence. And it was about evidence, it was about factual information, it was about expertise. And I'm going to, in a few minutes, quote from some of the evidence, because I think it's important to put some of it on the record here. Because we had the opportunity to hear it, but most members of the Houses of the Oireachtas didn't actually hear the evidence, and I want to put a few of the pieces of evidence on the record. But before I do that, I want to talk about the date of the referendum. I think it's absolutely crucial that we hold that referendum in May. The date was always May. Up to very recently, the government spokespersons talked about May. We on the committee were told that we had to have our report done by the 20th of December, which was our deadline, in order that there would be time for the drafting of the legislation that would be put before the people in the referendum, for the setting up of the referendum commission, for the debate here in the Dáil on that legislation, for the drafting and publication of subsequent legislation that, should the referendum be passed, would be the government's intention with regard to the law that would follow. Now, we kept to our timetable. I don't see any reason why the government can't keep to its timetable. And I would strongly urge that it be a May election for a number of reasons. The first one being that the Leaving Cert starts in the first week of June. There are many 18-year-olds who will be doing the Leaving Cert. There are many families who will be involved with young people doing the Leaving Cert. There are many mature students who will be doing the Leaving Cert or the Junior Cert. And for those people, June is a very stressful and busy month, and I believe they should be facilitated to vote. I also believe that students at higher education level, who a lot of them travel abroad, or if they don't travel abroad, they may well go to another part of the country in Ireland to work during the summer. So they need the opportunity to vote as well. People under, I think it's 53, have never had the opportunity to have their say on this issue, and they should have their say. That's what democracy is all about. So I strongly urge that the date be May, not early June. And the reason we've been given for the possibility that it might be later is because the government needs to get the advice of the Attorney-General with regard to the wording that would be put before the people. I want to strongly advocate for repeal simpliciter. I made that proposal at the committee, and it was supported by the majority of the members of the committee. And we made that decision following legal advice on a number of possible options. And that legal advice that came to us and also to the Citizens' Assembly indicated that there would not be legal certainty on this issue of the Constitution, no matter which decision was made. So there isn't going to be legal certainty with the other alternative wording that we understand the government are going to consider around the possibility of inserting something into the Constitution, making it the duty of the Oireachtas to legislate. Now, the argument is that somehow or other that would safeguard the constitutional interpretation from the intention of the legislature, if you like, that there wouldn't be an absolute ban on abortion, except where the life of the mother is at risk. But there have been strong legal arguments that suggest that that is not necessary, that any court that would be interpreting the Constitution would balance first of all, the will of the Oireachtas, and secondly, the various other rights in the Constitution, such as the right to privacy, and that there is no necessity, and I am strongly supportive of that argument, that there is no necessity to put in any alternative wording into the Constitution. That was the considered view of the Joint Oireachtas Committee that was established by government, and I believe that repeal simpliciter is the question that should be put. And I don't see why seeking the advice of the Attorney-General should delay it significantly, because the Attorney-General's office, no more than anybody else who was following the debate, would have known the legal arguments, would have heard the arguments that were made both at the Citizens' Assembly and at the committee. So therefore, I would imagine and would expect that the Attorney-General's office would already have work done in relation to the considerations and should be able to report to government in the very near future. So that's the first point I want to make, that the date should be May, that this should not hold it up, and that the government should be absolutely determined to ensure that it holds the referendum in May. It's really important that we deal with this issue once and for all. It is not the appropriate place to have an issue like abortion, to have that absolute or almost absolute ban, that impossible provision of upholding the equal right to life of the mother and the unborn. The reality is very different. The reality is those thousands of women in Ireland. The reality is that there is abortion in Ireland. It's just not here in this country, or if it is, as somebody said yesterday, it's imported through pills. But it is happening, and we need to face that reality. And I think the people on the committee did face that reality, and I think the work of the committee in that sense was very positive. I would also, though, like to commend those who have fought the battle over the years, because it has been tough, it's been hard. Many people have put their heads above the parapet at a time when it was very, very difficult, and I think we should pay tribute to all of those people. Whoever they are, going right back to 1983. My party leader yesterday spoke about the Seanad group that he belonged to and the way in which people were vilified at the time for voting for a Labour amendment in the Seanad that wouldn't have accepted the government proposal of the time to insert the amendment into the Constitution. But there have been many others since then. I'd like to commend the Labour Women, which is the women's section of the Labour Party, which has consistently and strongly campaigned, and I believe their work is very important. I think also organisations like the National Women's Council have been very strong. They consulted widely around the country with their associate members, the various bodies that are affiliated to the National Women's Council of Ireland, and they have published a document called Every Woman, which is the result of that consultation and which came out before the report of the committee, but actually which is very much along the lines of what the committee recommended. And I would urge, it's quite a short document, and I would urge members of the House to read that and to see what the women of Ireland are saying on this issue. And they talk about a protected period, which is the 12 weeks, and they talk about protected people like, for example, people who have a diagnosis of fetal abnormality, or where there is a threat to the life or the health of the mother. And if I could quote from the back of their document, it says, our hope is to build a sensitive and inclusive consensus that acknowledges people's experience of pregnancy and family life in all its diversity and complexity. Our aim is to build a shared understanding of what reproductive services we need that will enable all women and girls to realise their potential. This means facing with honesty and openness and compassion complex issues relating to life choices, fertility control and pregnancy care. And I would hope that that will be the tone of the debate. At the committee itself, we heard a significant body of evidence. And I just want to quote from 3 of the presentations, because I think it is important to put some of this on the Dáil record. The first one is one that has been referred to by many speakers, and that is from TFMR, which represents people who have a diagnosis of what's normally described as a fatal fetal abnormality. And their presentation was really powerful and affected a lot of the members of the committee. But part of what they said was, and this is about where a couple decide that they're going to go, or a woman decide that they're going to travel for a termination because of such a diagnosis. We have to make our own travel arrangements. Do we go by plane, by car or by boat? Do we get from the airport or ferry? How do we get from the airport or ferry port to the hospital? Who will travel with us? If we have children at home, who will look after them? How do we get time off work? Do we have a passport? Can we afford it? It is also worth pointing out that when we go for an induced labour and delivery, we have no way of knowing how long it will take and when we will be coming home. This adds to the stress and cost. And then later on, they went on to describe what happens after the termination. We need to find out whether or not we can bring our baby home, and if we can, how. If we have our car, we can bring our baby home on the boat. This journey involves us having to go to a supermarket to buy freezer packs, and then we have to stop at regular intervals to open the coffin and change them so that we can keep our baby cold. We also have to leave our baby in a coffin in our car, covered by a blanket, or in the boot while we cross the Irish Sea. If we're coming home by ferry but don't have a car, we have to carry the coffin on public transport, buses or trains, and carry our baby onto the ferry as a foot passenger. If we're flying home, we may be able to bring our baby's remains on the plane. We have to check in advance with the airlines and deal with their special assistance staff. We may need to place the coffin in a hold-all or suitcase and check it in as luggage. This will mean our baby will be put in the hold by baggage handlers, and we will have to collect them from a luggage carousel in Dublin, Cork, Shannon, Galway or Knock. Alternatively, we could take the coffin onto the plane as hand luggage. Imagine all of this happening within hours of giving birth in the most tragic of circumstances. How do you think this makes people who live here feel? Would any of you be comfortable with your own family members or neighbours having to go through this ordeal? That was a very, very powerful presentation that had a very strong effect, I think, on the members of the committee. I also want to quote just 2 of the medical hearings, and the first one is from the Irish College of General Practitioners, who are very much, as they said in their presentation, very much at the coalface in relation to women who find out that they're pregnant and that it is a crisis pregnancy. And in the statistics they gave, they said, despite efforts of the government, educational initiatives and healthcare practitioners, and despite widespread access to emergency contraception, crisis pregnancy cannot always be prevented. A total of 35% of Irish women who have been pregnant describe having had at least one crisis pregnancy. It is usual for most GPs as the first point of contact for individuals to encounter women and sometimes their partners with unplanned, unwanted pregnancies. And then they go on to describe one particular woman whose 3 children, separated from her husband, who has become increasingly abusive towards her and her children. And it goes on to describe how she decides that she will travel to Britain. And then they go on. In the clinical vignette above, Sandra chooses to travel to the UK for an abortion. For women who choose an abortion, GPs cannot refer or make an appointment on behalf of the woman at a clinic in the UK. GPs may provide a copy of their medical records to the patients. GPs would also encourage women to return to the practice after having an abortion if they have any concerns. GPs would also discuss post-abortion contraception. Irish GPs may need to consider a dating ultrasound if the dates are uncertain. Any GP who has a conscientious objection must refer women to another GP. Abortion is a very safe medical procedure. And then they go on to describe how, in fact, Irish women tend to have later abortions because of travelling to Britain, which obviously is not desirable. The third person, and I'm running out of time, that I want to quote is from the Master of the National Maternity Hospital. And she says, if it's not always possible to predict clinical course with precision, in medicine we deal with probability informed by available clinical evidence and experience. And then she says, if, for example, a woman is 14 weeks pregnant and the membrane surrounding the pregnancy rupture, there's very little chance that this fetus will survive, although fetal death is not inevitable. This mother, however, runs a significant risk of developing choriomyonitis. Sorry, I'm not a medical person, although this is not inevitable. Therefore, in this case, a patient and her physician are required to monitor for the potential onset of the condition and the resulting risk to life if such infection takes hold. We understand from experience that a young woman with severe infection can appear relatively well despite advanced infection, but she can decompensate suddenly and unpredictably. It is then to be hoped the modern medical therapies can successfully resuscitate her and treat her infection. Attempting then to terminate a pregnancy in a woman who is very ill and potentially at risk of dying confers additional risk, but that is current requirement under the law. And clinicians are tasked with getting it right in what can be a very, very narrow therapeutic window. And she goes on to say, decision-making may be delayed or distorted as clinicians ponder the law rather than medicine. There's an awful lot more that one could quote from what we heard at the committee, but I do think it was important to put some of that on the record, because what it shows, first of all, is the dilemmas of the people themselves, the families themselves, who have to deal with difficult issues, but also the medical profession's difficulties in terms of dealing with what should be their medical care under the current situation. And I think above all else, what we saw in the committee was that this should be a matter between the woman and her doctor. It should be part of medical care, not of the law. We should not be criminalising women, thousands and thousands of Irish women who either travel to Britain or who take abortion pills. This is the reality of Ireland. We cannot pretend that this doesn't happen. We cannot stop what is the practice. And it is a different world. It is a different Ireland. We need to ensure that young people who have never had the chance to vote, but everybody has the chance to vote on this issue. But I would really strongly urge that it be a debate based on evidence, that it be a debate based on facts, and that it is not simply a question of stating absolutist positions that are not open to genuine discussion and genuine consideration. This is one of the issues that we haven't yet faced. It is one of the, I think, seminal issues that Ireland needs to address now. We should not be excluding Irish women any longer from care in their own country and expecting them to travel to another country for a service that they clearly need and that they are choosing. I think the other issue is the issue of the pill, the fact that women are accessing it, that women are taking it, and the point, again, that was very strongly made at the committee, that in the case of rape or incest, it is practically impossible to facilitate rape or incest and pregnancy as a result of rape or incest by way of some kind of exceptional provision in the Constitution. That would mean putting women through a court case that would go on obviously longer than the actual time for a termination. And it is something that we've been told is simply impossible. So there are many reasons why we should remove Article 43.3 from the Constitution. And again, I would urge that the referendum be held in May. Thank you.
Before I move to Deputy Daly, I wish to advise the House that 12 deputies have submitted matters under Standing Order 29A, which will be listed in the official debate. The matters raised by the following deputies have been selected for discussion. Deputy Eamon Scanlon, the position with BPS payments to farmers on the Kilkerry Mountain Deputy Catherine Connolly to discuss the response of the recent flooding in Galway, Deputy Fergus O'Dowd the need for respite services for families in County Louth, and Deputy Louise O'Reilly the need for a scheme to assist living organ donors. Now I call on Deputy Claire Daly.
Thanks very much, Count Corla. And I think for those of us who are members of the committee, we're at a kind of a peculiar juncture where we've been through months of discussion on this issue, but yet I certainly, and I'm sure my colleagues are acutely aware that probably for many of the general public this is the start of the run-in to the referendum campaign, an issue which some people have waited a lifetime for, to be honest. But I heard some people talk about being surprised at the way the Citizens' Assembly approached this matter, surprised at their outcome, surprised at the outcome of the committee and its deliberations on that. And what I'd say to those people is, if you were surprised about that, it really means you haven't been listening over the past number of years, because it's very clear to me that attitudes in Ireland have changed dramatically over the past period, from even the days when I came into this House, when myself and Deputy Wallens and Deputy Collins first raised these issues here. It's completely different. But when we first raised them a number of years ago, it actually coincided with what was an awakening outside of the House. That was the first time those 4 women went on the Late Late Show and talked about coming home from England, having had a termination for an abortion because of fatal fetal abnormalities. It was the first time that people began to come out into the open, to say their name and to tell their story, and to, if you like, shed the stigma that has surrounded Ireland's abortion reality. This is not a debate about whether we have abortion in Ireland or not. We have abortion. We have a constitutional right to abortion as Irish citizens, but shamefully that constitutional right has to take place outside of these shores, a constitutional right to travel out of our homes for a medical procedure, a constitutional right to get information on it, but we can't have that treatment at home. And I think in that sense, most people have woken up and realised that they know loads of people who've had abortions. They might not know that they know, or the person mightn't have told you, but you can be guaranteed that everybody knows loads of women who've had abortions. Your mothers, your daughters, your sisters, your friends, your wives. It's a normal part of reproductive life in any society. And I'm sorry I'm getting emotional here, I don't know why particularly that is, but I suppose we've come a long way on this. So I want to thank Senator Noon and the committee secretariat. I think the staff of the Oireachtas who supported the work of the committee were outstanding in their deliberations, and I think the other deputies have made points about the experts who came in, the people who gave of their time, and it was their expertise. And I really take offence, to be honest, at the way some of those people were castigated over the past period, decried as advocates. These are people who are experts in their field. They're experts in medicine, experts in the law, experts in human rights, or they're compassionate human beings. And they were there to talk to us about life and to talk about Ireland and pointing a way forward. And the reason why the committee and the Citizens' Assembly came out with the outcome that it did is because we listened and we heard. We heard really strong factual, medical, legal and human rights evidence. We heard from people about the damage that the 8th Amendment has done in terms of impacting negatively on our care of pregnant women. We heard from Professor Arul Kumarang, who confirmed the direct role of the 8th Amendment in the tragic death of Savita Halappanavar. We heard from our medical profession in the hospitals and our GP clinics about the fear of prosecution and the impact that has on the clinical and professional judgment of our doctors and those staff in our hospitals on a daily basis. We heard about the chill effect of the criminalisation of abortion and the 8th Amendment. And we heard very clearly that it's only in this area of women's health care that such interference exists between the right of a doctor to treat his patient appropriately. We also heard, obviously, from the human rights experts about how Ireland is an outlier and in breach again of the fundamental rights of our female citizens. And the case of Amanda Mellett and others does stand out, where we should remind ourselves that this state has been found guilty in recent years of discrimination and cruel, inhuman, degrading treatment, which aggravated the shame and stigma associated with criminalisation. And it was because we listened to expert opinion. And I defy anybody who slagged off the work of that committee, who generalised its arguments behind sloganeering and cheap, I suppose, headlines, to sit through and listen to the deliberations of that committee, and indeed the Citizens' Assembly, to hear the evidence and the way in which it was conducted. And I would defy you, having done that, to come back and cast any aspersions about the functioning of that committee. So my only thing really would be, is having heard all the evidence, why the committee didn't go further, to be perfectly honest, because we are an outlier in terms of this issue, in terms of our equivalent societies in the rest of Europe or modern advanced countries or so on. Ireland stands out as being completely different in terms of its healthcare for women than all of those other countries. So, I mean, that said, I'm delighted that the committee was clear on the main recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly, and we were very clear that we need to remove the 8th Amendment from the Constitution, we need to decriminalise abortion, and we need to place this aspect of women's health care in a medical setting where it belongs. I think that's very important. I'd really like to say, I'd forgotten to say it earlier, but I welcome the speech from Minister Harris. I'd like to compliment him on that. I very much support his comments that it is unacceptable that women cannot access medical help in Ireland and that we can't any longer turn our backs on that. Fair play. And I echo the points made by other deputies that I hope when we say that, what we mean is a referendum in May, because there's an expectation there now that that will be delivered. There's a most definite expectation among our young people and our students who in the main leave these shores to go and work abroad in the summers, that this will be held at a time where they can participate, because it is their call. We're past it, thankfully, but it's for the young people, and we never had a vote on it in the first place. So I think we need to stick to the deadline that was there. We need to deliver a May referendum, and we need to be mindful of the participation of young people in that situation. I mean, it was funny, it struck me when I heard of the death of Peter Sutherland more than a week ago. In some ways, there was a little irony in the fact that, let's remember, Peter Sutherland was the Attorney General who advised the government not to put this in the Constitution. And there have been many points made eulogising his legacy, but that's one that I haven't really heard mentioned anywhere. But the reality is it's probably the only thing I'd agree with him on, but that's a separate argument for today. But I tell you, I definitely agreed with him on that one, and he was right. We have had and caused enormous problems. It's been a disaster, a scourge on women. But not only that, it's been an absolute joke, because that referendum was sold on the basis that it would mean there would be no Irish abortion. 170,000 Irish women have had to leave these shores for abortion. So if you like, on the grounds of abject failure alone, the 8th Amendment should go, because it hasn't stopped Irish abortion. It's just meant that Irish abortions are more expensive, they take place later, they take place more often surgically than medically, and they put many of our women through huge trauma in having to travel for medical care. And unfortunately, it also means that some of our women who can't travel, vulnerable women, poor women, women who are too young, women who are too sick, who can't travel, that is the cost. So the idea of standing over that continued hypocrisy is just not on. I think we need to send a strong signal. I think the tone of the discussion in here has been broadly very good. I think the tone at the committee was largely very good. Not always, but largely. But I think the media need to take note as well. There are elements in our media who, maybe to deal with flagging newspaper sales or whatever, I don't know, are trying to go back to 1983 and stir up a sort of a them and us, zealots on all sides type of debate around this issue. Irish Times even had that nonsense last week. I don't accept that that is the case. This is actually not a divisive issue. This is a very personal issue for a lot of our citizens. And there are no sides. There are no rights and wrong. There are human beings who are making private and personal decisions about their lives that are going on today, tomorrow, and when we deal with this. And the job of a state is to support those decisions. That's all that we can do in any of these. So I think some of the media have been very irresponsible, and I'd like them to think about that. Because what we'd like to have, and what I'd like to see happen, is the benefits of that expert legal and medical opinion that we got on the committee, that the Citizens' Assembly got in its deliberations. I'd like the Irish public to have access to that in a reasoned, mature manner, and not have the red herring arguments that have come in. The appalling use of people with disabilities, of talk about the elimination of people with Down syndrome, or some terrible stuff like this, when we know that the majority of abortions that take place in the very early weeks of pregnancy, up to 9 weeks, where in the main Down syndrome isn't detected until after 12 weeks. So you're entering very wrong arguments in order to distort and manipulate in an emotive, non-evidence-based way, and I think it's completely wrong. And I think one of the very interesting statements around the issue and the debate over the past period was the position of Catholics for Choice, which was published this week. And I think they made a very good statement that I'd like to put on the record. And they say many of the hierarchy's teachings on reproductive rights have not been received by the faithful. For instance, the majority of Catholic women have made conscience-based decisions to use contraception responsibly, and Catholic women have abortion at the same rate as other women. They understand that these can be ethical choices. Armed with the knowledge that conscience is not about imposing beliefs that are out of sync with people's lives, but that it is about allowing the faithful to formulate their own moral positions, Irish Catholics have evolved into thinking about abortion. They can reconcile the complexities of these weighty matters. They know that you can be a woman who believes that she would not have an abortion in any circumstances, but yet support other women and the right of other women to do so. Or you can have had an abortion and do not want other women to face the restrictions you faced. Or you can be a man and respect the right of every woman to make her own decision and be the author of her own life. And I think that's pretty powerful testimony, because I've never met an abortion advocate, or I've never met anybody who's pro-abortion. Never. In the same way as I'm not pro-hip replacement. I don't think that every person should go and get their hip replaced. But I do recognise that it's necessary if they need that medical health care provision, and I stand over their right to have it. It's exactly the same thing. It's about respecting people's choices in the first place. It's not about killing unborn babies. That is an utter nonsense. This issue starts with women faced with crisis pregnancies. And a crisis pregnancy, in some instances, is very much a planned and wanted pregnancy, where something tragic happens along the way. Something happens to the fetus so that it is no longer compatible with life. Something happens to the woman where her life or her health is going to be impaired, and in consultation with her doctor or her partner, she decides that the best thing for her health and well-being is to terminate that pregnancy. Other crisis pregnancies are not planned. They happen because somebody is raped and violated. And are we seriously suggesting that if a pregnancy follows that rape, that person is supposed to be shackled to that? That her husband, her partner, her other children have to endure a pregnancy and all of that because of that? It's absolutely abhorrent to most people that that would actually happen. And all of the other pleasures, the young student who gets pregnant in college, who was about to start a new career, the woman who's just got her children back from being in care, who's come off drugs and can't deal maybe with another child, the person who's homeless, who has no roof over their head, the older woman who's raised her children, who for the first time in her life is getting her own life back and unexpectedly finds herself pregnant. Who are these? These are Irish women. They're the same as women in all other countries. They look up and they weigh up their life's decisions and they make what's the best decision for them. And they should do it in conjunction and support. You know, we've heard some really mad issues in the committee. Like even last night, the issue of adoption was introduced. Deputy Healy-Rae mentioned a constituent of his who asked him to read out a text to beg that we wouldn't have abortion in Ireland because he was adopted and he had a great life as a person who was adopted. Now, what is that about? You know, there are very few children put up for adoption in Ireland now, when we supposedly don't have adoption in Ireland now. So how in God's name could a change to the repeal of the 8th Amendment do anything about that? It couldn't. The only reason why there aren't, if you want to do something about adoption and boost the numbers of children for adoption, actually what you'd have to do is reduce the payments to lone parents. And force people into a position where they can't afford to raise their own children, because that's had the biggest impact on reducing the adoption figures. It's not abortion, it's because people can raise children and have the more means to do so. And I support the call of the Archbishop of Dublin, who said that we should be supporting the payments to people and single parents and so on, in case if that was a reason why somebody wouldn't have the economic means. And there are people to raise their child in dignity on their own. All people should have the right to do this. So when people say they're arguing in favour of an end to they're not advocating abortion. It's not up to me to tell anybody else what to do, and I never would. It's about supporting the decisions that people have. And I had a very moving, I suppose, letter from, I'm sure many deputies did as well, from a parent of a child which was diagnosed with a fatal fetal abnormality and lived a short time, and the pleasure that that child gave that family. And I fully support and accept their narrative, and I'm very glad for the brief period of joy that that child gave that family, and I would that it would be otherwise. But that's not going to change if we repeal the 8th Amendment. Those people can still continue with a pregnancy and to have those brief moments of joy. But you've got to understand the position from the other people who can't deal with that for a whole plethora of other reasons, and equally respect their position. That's all that has to be done here, because it's not to say that people who support women's rights and the right to an abortion, all we're saying is that a woman knows best about her body, her life circumstances, and in conjunction with her doctor and her family is the best place to know what's best for her, when is the best time to have a child, and to be supported in that decision making. And that's all that a responsible society can do. I've heard so much stuff like, oh, you do this, the floodgates will open. It's a nonsense. Irish people have abortion all the time. It's not going to have any impact on that. In actual fact, and I think everybody would be supportive of reducing abortion. It would be absolutely great. And we know, and the evidence given to the committee shows us how we can do it. We can do it by reducing crisis pregnancies. We can do it by investing properly in a free, comprehensive contraception programme, in proper sex education in schools, and absolutely in increasing the payments to lone parents, in increasing the payments to parents of children with disabilities and so on, so that people can choose to have children and have the right to raise those children in respect and in dignity. And I think that's all a society can do. And you know, I think we are in a different place. The Taoiseach made the point in apologising to Joanne Hayes that we're in a different place than we were in the 1980s. But actually it's the same place. It took 34 years to apologise. choices are something of shame and stigma, not to be talked about, to be hidden away, to a society that's open and tolerant and appreciative of all the different aspects of people's lives. So I compliment everybody who's been involved in this process so far. I really urge the government to hear what the committee said, and in particular our call that it has to be repeal simpliciter, that it has to be access to a minimum without restriction as to reason up to 12 weeks. That's based on our proper finding, and it has to be a referendum in May so that we can bring this country into a completely different place and do justice by our young people.
Durkin.
Thank you, Lafcan Corla. And listening to Deputy Daly there, I have to mention that she said that in relation to the late Peter Sullivan, she probably didn't agree with anything else he said. In actual fact, she might be pleasantly surprised. He was a great champion of human rights. He was a great champion of the refugees, and outspoken about it. And he was a great champion of levelling the playing pitch insofar as he could at European level and at global level, and in fact he did. So I happen to be one of the people who was around Lafcan Corla in 1983. I was a very young child at the time, of course, myself, as you will probably know. Despite that, I had 3 Dáil elections and a Senate election behind me. And I can remember and recall the debate very well. It was a very hotly contested debate, full of acrimony, full of accusations, full of unpleasantness, and full of false allegations. And it didn't do any good for our society. It divided our society badly at that particular time. I sat in on most of the hearings chaired by Senator Jerry Buttimer in 2014, and in the course of the run-up to, in 2013, in the course of the run-up to Dr. James Riley's Protection of Life During Pregnancy Bill. Many of the same issues arose again, and quite a lot of unpleasantness and a lot of allegations and counter-allegations. And then we, in more recent times, in the last couple of years, we talked about the Magdalen laundries, we talked about the mother and baby homes, we talked about the way women were treated, pregnant women were treated in this country for a long, long time. And it wasn't only in this country, it was in other jurisdictions as well. We learned the way they were shunned from society, so-called caring society, sent into oblivion, somebody else to care for them, somebody else to look after them, and the nuns then were blamed for maltreating them afterwards. Society walked away. Society did nothing. Society chose not to look at what was happening at the time. I hope that the debate we're having now brings us forward in a way that recognises people's situations as they are, not as they perceive them. I think it could be hugely important to us as a society now, even at this late stage, to recognise that the times have changed. The time has moved on. Science has changed. And people's attitudes have changed. And we have to move along with it. As I said during the course of the hearings, I've said many times in the past, I am not in favour of abortion. But I do recognise that there are particular situations have arisen over the past number of years that require a review, to be looked at again. I've always singled out rape as a situation. I don't agree at all with the notion that the victim of rape should have to continue to bear the product of that rape afterwards to the satisfaction of the perpetrator. I could never understand that argument in my life. It was trotted out several times in '83, and it was trotted out, in fact, in 2014 as well. So, and I'm not saying that in order to aggravate somebody. It's just that I couldn't see the justice in it at all. Similarly, in relation to incest. And I know that people have said in relation to the hearings and the findings of the committee that it was strange that there should be ready access for unrestricted access to abortion. In actual fact, that's not the case. There's unrestricted access to abortion at the present time, which in fact is illegal on the internet, has no supervision, no medical advice, no counselling, and in situations like that, as in the past, there have been tragic circumstances. And it is incumbent on us, and now as legislators, to ensure that that doesn't continue. So, you know, if we want to become hardline on it and say, well, we ban the internet and abortion on the internet as well, you know, reality is reality. Times have changed. It's not possible to do those sort of things. But it is necessary, given the duty of care that the state has, to take some measures to ensure that women who are pregnant and may have to have recourse to the internet to achieve what they feel they require at that time. I think we have to protect them. I think society has to protect them. I think we have to put in place the medical supports and backup and counselling, whatever it is. And as Deputy Daly said, it may not necessarily always be an abortion that's required, but there is support required. The need to recognise the isolated situation some women have found themselves in the past, and to ask ourselves, you know, do we want that to continue? Do we want to help them? Do we want to offer a helping hand? Or do we want to do nothing? I think that a long time ago, I remember reading Adam Bede, a famous book written by a woman writer called George Eliot. That was a pseudonym. And it was similar to the Far From the Madding Crowd, which we saw a couple of weeks ago, where the same scene was enacted again and again. So history, life goes on. Times have changed, but the same faults, lines occurred, the same mistakes were made, the same failure to react sympathetically to a situation that was obvious in those times, and again in the 70s, in the 80s, and in the 90s. So the point I'm making there is this, that we, as legislators, there are times when we have to remain silent, there are times when we have to take action, and there are times particularly where we have to show leadership. I believe that it would be incumbent upon us to take that leadership now and to offer the help and support and sympathy and solace that women need during pregnancy. Now, I remember way back as well, you know, people said, you know, women have been becoming pregnant for millions of years, and so they have. But not on all occasions are they trouble-free. And that's the thing that we all need to ponder on. And when a difficulty arises, and that perhaps in some cases a single girl on her own has to make up her mind, or tries to make up her mind as to what is the best thing to do, is it not incumbent on us then to offer support, that there be a backup, a medical service, a support for her so that she's not left alone? I think it is, and I think that that's what the committee is doing. I think also the committee did another important thing, and which I pointed out on many occasions, is that both sides in this particular debate over the last 10 years have said on one time or another, we want a referendum. That's a fact. For different reasons, admittedly, but both sides wanted the referendum. And I think it is necessary to have that referendum now. And I agree with the speakers who said that it's been a long time since the last one. It is. So it is important that we have the referendum, and it is now down to the people. And I want to emphasise that, Melaskan Corla, because no matter what the committee did, and the committee did a great job, and every member of the committee did to the best of their ability what was required of them, asked the questions, met and heard the evidence submitted, asked the questions, the testing questions we're supposed to do, and I think and the chairperson did a very good job with a very sensitive and very often a challenging subject, and did it well. But it's now down to the people. And the people can't stand aloof. Society now are making this decision. Society can't stand aloof and say, well, we don't agree with what the committee did. Some people may not agree. Some people may. But there's one thing that we cannot get away from, that a decision has to be made, and only they can make that decision. We have tested the evidence that came before us. We've asked the questions. Not everybody liked the questions we asked. Not everybody liked us. And not everybody liked the subject as presented. But they were presented to us in good faith. And we could like it or lump it, as they say. The evidence was there before us. It was up to us to ask, how did the Citizens' Assembly come to their conclusions? And we did that. to the best of our ability again. And some of the evidence adduced was challenging, to say the least, and was distressing on numerous occasions, and that has been referred to by other speakers here. And it was distressing because we had lived through this ourselves. We had remembered some of the sequences that were raised during the course of the hearings. We had read the coroner's report in the Savita case, which was really, really, really sad. It was so sad and so moving and so disturbing that words could not describe it. And I think then that it was our duty, and it is our duty, and remains our duty, to learn from that and to do what we can do to hand over to the community, the people, society outside who make this decision. And let them now be the judges. Let them ask themselves and ask their peers, in a quiet way, in a persuasive way, what is the right thing to do? I think that if they do that, and they do it quietly and persuasively, I think that they will come to a conclusion that is amicable and that is in line in general with the findings of the committee. There may be changes, one way or the other. There may be improvements. There may be what? I don't know. That's between the Minister, and I want to compliment the Minister, incidentally, Alaska and Corla, and all of the speakers so far in the debate. There were very interesting responses, there were caring responses, there were knowledgeable responses, and they were the kind of response that I feel we should have had 30 years ago when dealing with this particular subject. But I want to say also that in the time that we've had to consider these issues, I think, to me at least, one of the most important issues is counselling and support. And particularly where the life, and this was an issue in 2014 that was took up a lot of time. The situation as to what should happen where the health versus the life of the mother might be threatened. And I think this is one of the things that we should think about very, very carefully. There are some situations, like diabetes and like high blood pressure, that accelerate very rapidly when affecting a pregnant woman's health. And it can very quickly develop into a situation that is life-threatening. That was pointed out in the Savita case. And some of us over the years have had direct experience of dealing with people who were in that situation. And when you do, you learn very quickly that what would you do if you were in that position and you had to advise the people concerned. And remember that there are medical professionals in that situation all the time. And their duty is to advise as to what should be done and to be alert. If we have a situation where we balance everything in a 50-50, surely we must take into account the life of the person who has the central role there, i.e. the pregnant woman. Or do we ignore it and say, well, let's wait a little while longer. We'll see how it progresses. And what happens after that? Well, what happens after that is, in some cases, in the case of sepsis, is that very rapidly it reaches its zenith. And very rapidly it goes down, and it is then all over. Nothing, there's no comeback from there. And that's where the tragedies occur. And it's all very fine for us to step away and say then, well, really that was unfortunate. Or we've lost her, I'm sorry. You know, sorry doesn't take that away. When we have available to us the necessary measures to take the steps that should be taken and have to be taken at a crucial time, a judgment call is to be made, and it should be to protect the mother. Surely, at this stage in our development, we've got to that juncture. I hope we have. I hope we have. And I hope that the discussions that took place in the committee will be of some benefit to the general public when they come to make their decision. Because if that is not so, and if the argument revolves around other things, other than the issues that were thrashed out in the committee, thrashed out in the Citizens' Assembly, then it will move away from the subject matter which should be central to this debate. I hope that, I sincerely hope that those involved will recognise the necessity to keep the debate on track, to keep it focused on the issues that affected the women of this country over the past millennia. And not only this country, but also to keep in mind the fact that medicine has advanced, times have changed. And what was acceptable 30 or 40 years ago is no longer acceptable. And it isn't true, and I don't think anybody believes, well, I sincerely hope they don't believe it, that the victim of a rape should have to continue to, as it were, enjoy the aftermath. And the word enjoy is probably the wrong word there. But I would say this, though, and it's this. The woman, at least, needs to have some kind of choice in those situations. There has to be some choice. Otherwise, we say society outside will decide it. A judge in a court will decide it. I think there's no place for that. I don't think we have time for that. I think this is about medicine, this is about health, this is about now, it's about the need to do something that is required at the time that is crucial. And that's why the 10 to 12 weeks issue arose. It did seem odd until the evidence was tested. When we asked ourselves, how did the Citizens' Assembly come to this? Well, at that particular point, the two things happened. First of all, there's the abortion pill ordered through online with no supervision and no medical advice, no medical control, and the danger that if a medic becomes involved in it, that medic could also be found to be committing a criminal offence and be charged. I think that part of the debate is the conclusive part of it. I think that all of that is covered in the availability on the net of an abortion pill. Remember, first of all, we had the morning after pill, and then there was a week after pill, and now there's a 3-month thing. And, you know, I listened to all the arguments. We listened to all the arguments against that, and what it means in terms of preventing the life of unborn babies and so on. So does contraception. And remember this, during the course of the debate, we received very strong evidence from the medical profession to the effect that with proper sex education in the schools, the availability of proper contraception, that there was a considerable reduction and a move away from abortion as being on the basis of being unnecessary. The other thing I want to just mention very quickly for a moment is this. In previous debates, and particularly in 2013, 2014, there was a suggestion that women would automatically claim to be mentally unstable in order to achieve an abortion. I don't think that's true. I don't think it's true at all. But a woman could have a medical condition, together with being pregnant, that would very, very seriously affect her whole quality of life and her judgment, and she could find herself, and the courts have proven that in the meantime. And furthermore, and this is important, where in 2014 we were told that thousands of women would seek that option. They didn't. 25, 24, 26, or whatever, in consecutive years. So that clearly indicated that women do not seek to have an abortion just because they want to have an abortion. There are compelling reasons, there are compelling worries, there are compelling issues in their minds, which they think, or they know, that they have to deal with themselves. And there was the recognition, I think, on this occasion, that we need to do something about that. I think also it should be recognised that in this particular situation, the recommendation is not, in fact, abortion for all. It is simply providing for something that is happening in any event, happening illegally as it stands now, with all the consequences in the event of something going wrong, and the need for society to take its share of responsibility in helping to address the issue, helping to support the people who are directly affected, and attempting to ensure that we don't continue on with the kind of attitude in society that we lived on in the past. I believe that if the debate continues, the people take their judgment call seriously. I believe that there will be an outcome that will be in accord with their wishes, and that will be something that society can be proud of.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak and contribute to this historic debate on what is a key issue for women's rights and healthcare in this country. And I must admit, I found it difficult actually to put together words to contribute to this debate, because I and the other committee members have spent the best part of the last 4 months very focused and immersed in this issue. And we have dedicated our time to listening to the evidence, to hearing the facts, both legal and medical and academic, in relation to this very contentious, divisive and emotive issue. I want to thank the committee chair, Senator Catherine Noone, for her diligence, her patience and her expertise in conducting the chairing of this committee, which was extremely difficult, and the clerk and his team as well, who did a fantastic job. I feel very strongly about this issue, and I will try my best to remain composed. Certainly, I think all of us, whether we realise it or not, we know somebody that has been affected by the 8th Amendment, whether it is through a fatal fetal abnormality, a crisis pregnancy, for whatever reason they deem it to be a crisis in their lives. And I think it's important for those engaging in this debate, both here in the House and outside, to remember that when you speak, you don't know who's listening. You don't know how they've been affected, and you don't know who you're talking to. Because for many women, the some 170,000, the approximate number that we have, who have access to termination abroad, they could be one of those women listening to you when you make those remarks. One of the matters that we must grapple with is what type of country do we want to live in, and what type of country do we actually live in right now? What values do we hold dear? And for me, I want to live in a country that is compassionate, caring, just, fair and equal. And can we really say that right now today that women who find themselves in crisis pregnancies feel as though they are living in a country with those values? Our history in this country when it comes to the treatment of women is one that I find shameful, it angers me and it upsets me. And it's on a regular basis that a scandal emerges, or we revisit a previous scandal or an atrocity that really isn't that long ago. I remember the discussions more recently about the Tuam baby home, and that brought up the issues around the mother and baby homes, the Magdalen laundries, the Kerry babies tragedy, and the treatment of Joanne Hayes, which we've been discussing in more recent days. And these black marks on our society, they're from a very recent past. And although we have come a long way from those times and the way that we treated women in this country, which was to lock them up, throw away the key and not talk about it, I wonder how far we've actually come when I listen to some of the commentary that we have had to listen to whilst in the committee room about women, about why they make the choices that they make. Some of the comments that I have listened to very recently that were said to me, and I don't want to, I mean, there's so many, I could be here all day talking about the negative comments that have been said towards women. A recent tweet that I got today: "You should now try to identify the murdering mothers who are travelling to the UK for abortions and have them jailed for breaking the law." That's one of many, and anyone is free to visit any of the Twitter pages or any social media pages of any committee member, and that is the visceral comment that we have been dealing with for the last 4 months. I've had people say to, one individual say to me, "If women don't want babies, they should close their legs." Another man said, "Women will use abortion as a form of contraception if we let them do it." And one person said to me, "Sure, women these days, they're just too posh to push." These are the comments that we're listening to, and it's hard to believe that these are comments today. You would think that these are comments from 30, 40 years ago, but they have been said to me recently. In terms of the labelling of people in this debate, the idea that somebody is somehow anti-life, I consider myself to be pro-life. We're all pro-life. However, we have to be realistic about the difficulties, the challenges and the crises that women find themselves in, and the realities that we have to deal with this. We can no longer subcontract this out to a different jurisdiction, close our eyes, close our ears and don't want to talk about it because it's too difficult for us to deal with. And in particular, I would suggest that certainly the deputies in this House and in the Seanad, the senators, really need to consider, are we dealing with this properly, or are we happy to continue with the status quo? Because if you are against repeal of the 8th Amendment, that means that you want no change, that you want to maintain the status quo. That means that if a woman has been raped, you are content for her to be forced to remain pregnant against her will. That if a young girl is pregnant as a result of incest, that she should be forced to continue that pregnancy. That if there are a couple who are pregnant together and with a much-wanted baby with a fatal fetal abnormality diagnosis, that we will not care for them here at home. That is what being against repeal of the 8th Amendment means, that you are happy for the status quo to be maintained. In the work of the committee, we were asked to consider the recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly and to put forward our own recommendations and our own reports. So we were not beholden to the Citizens' Assembly report, we were guided by it, but we meticulously and painstakingly went through every recommendation and we heard evidence and facts for ourselves. How we went about that job was that we brought in legal and medical and academic experts in these areas and we listened for hours to evidence. Not opinion, but facts. And we came on a journey together, one which I'm very proud of. And we showed that as cross-party, as a committee, we could work together to achieve a report that really, I hope, will be of significant guidance to the Minister, to his department and to government in formulating the question, and hopefully to the citizens of this country when they ultimately make the decision for this country. It is worth noting that we took a different view to the Citizens' Assembly on some issues. We didn't just follow their recommendations, we came up with our own. We did recommend, as a majority, termination of pregnancy without restriction up to 12 weeks. The Citizens' Assembly went up to 22, so we diverged on that particular issue. We also took a specific vote in relation to non-fatal fetal abnormality in the area of disability, and almost unanimously rejected that that should be a ground for termination. So any suggestion that somehow this committee is seeking to use disability as a ground for termination is abhorrent. I totally reject that, and it is factually incorrect and misleading to the public, and anyone that puts forward that point of view would really want to read over the committee's report again if they haven't done so already. It is also worth noting that some committee members who have actually said this publicly changed their minds. They came to the committee with one view and they left with another. And the same thing happened with the Citizens' Assembly. Nobody expected that the Citizens' Assembly would produce the report that they produced. The commentary in the days following their report was that it was very liberal, nobody expected this. How did they get there? They got there because they were educated on the actual facts, the realities and the medical and legal evidence that currently prevails today. That is why they took a journey, they started at one point, and after hearing all of the facts and the evidence, they produced a report. The same happened for the Oireachtas Committee on the 8th Amendment. We listened to the facts, we listened to the evidence, and at the end of it all, I find it difficult to understand how anybody, having heard the evidence that we heard in that committee, could be opposed to repealing the 8th Amendment or to having at least some flexibility in the laws. The basis upon which we came to our conclusions, we had lots of expert evidence before the committee, and I don't want to go through all of it, and we don't have time today, but certainly some of it is worth putting on the record. This is the information that we digested, and it was what formed the basis of our decisions. Dr Abigail Aiken said that between 1970 and 2016, at least 184,000 Irish women have travelled to England and Wales to access abortion in a clinic, and this is figures from the UK Department of Health. Her evidence shows that since 2007, women in Ireland have been accessing the abortion pill, which can be delivered by An Post to your door. Since records began, I think in 2010, of actually detailing women accessing the abortion pill, some 5,650 women have had the abortion pill delivered to them here in Ireland. Dr Abigail Aiken interviewed some of the Irish women that have accessed the pill here at home, and she asked them for their views. One lady that she detailed was Adele, a 29-year-old mother, and she was asked about her experience. She said, "God, no, I couldn't talk to any doctors about it, definitely not, because I was just so scared. You hear these horror stories of women getting arrested and imprisoned, so I was completely alone. I did go in, and when I found out at first I was pregnant, I didn't know what I was going to do. And I went in and said, okay, I'm pregnant, but obviously I never told them of my intentions. And their reaction was like, just great, you're pregnant. But you couldn't say anything to them because you don't know how they're going to react. And that's the challenge of women taking the pill at home, alone, unsupervised, without access to a doctor. They're afraid to seek help if anything goes wrong because they are afraid they might be imprisoned and that they will be shamed and stigmatised. One of the interesting facts that came before the committee, and what I wouldn't have been aware of, generally the perception is that those accessing abortion are young women, promiscuous, sleeping around, popping to England for an abortion because it's easy. That's not the case. The figures collected show the most common age group accessing the abortion pill were between 30 and 34 years old, and that the majority are mothers, 63%, and the second largest category of women accessing abortion were in their 40s, So we don't know the challenges and the difficulties that these women are facing. For me, one of the most harrowing accounts of the effect of the Eighth Amendment on Irish citizens was that of Jerry Edwards and Claire Cullen, and they represented Terminations for Medical Reasons Ireland. And Jerry spoke about him and his partner's reaction to getting a diagnosis of fatal fetal abnormality. And he said, "It's devastating to hear. Our hearts are broken. Our worlds stop. Those of us who choose to terminate our pregnancies were forced to travel, to lose our babies. We're basically left to our own devices. We have to make our own travel arrangements. Do we go by plane, by car, by boat? How do we get from the airport or ferry port to the hospital? Who will travel with us? If we have children at home, who will look after them? How do we get time off work? Do we have a passport? Can we afford it?" These are the realities. These are the questions that are facing parents that have had a devastating diagnosis, that are grieving and are then told, "Sorry, we can't help. The best we can do is give you a phone number of a clinic in England. We can't even pass your records to the hospital, but we can give them with you to take them on the plane as you travel." For me, that is a disgraceful situation in any modern country, that we would leave families in that situation that are grieving, and this is a much wanted pregnancy and there's no help in their own country. The current legal system in this country is actually quite remarkable. So we have an Eighth Amendment that criminalises abortion, and you can be imprisoned for up to 14 years. We then have a 13th Amendment that specifically allows you to travel to seek an abortion in another country, and a 14th Amendment that allows you to obtain information about terminations here, but then you must travel elsewhere. So, as the phrase often goes, an Irish solution to an Irish problem. We're quite happy for people to have terminations, just not on our soil. So it's a case of not in my backyard. How do we reconcile that? How do we think that that's a satisfactory situation? And what if the UK wasn't there? What if we didn't have England to travel to? I shudder to think the consequences for Irish women if we didn't have access to terminations elsewhere. And let's remember that the Eighth Amendment doesn't affect all of us equally. There are women that cannot travel. Maybe they can't afford it. Maybe they're too ill to travel. Maybe they have mental health issues that means they just cannot get on that plane. So for some women, the Eighth Amendment has an even more devastating impact. The situation for those that are left without assistance in this country, those that take the pill, that are doing it alone, afraid at home, not knowing what the impact might be, can they go for help anywhere? Those that are travelling, that take that flight early morning by themselves, often afraid to tell loved ones, to tell people where they're gone. Some of those that are mothers, trying to arrange care for their children that are at home. And those that cannot travel, that are left here in fear, in loneliness, and in the stigma and the shame that we put on them. I think this is something that we just really need to address. Dr. Brendan O'Shea of the Irish College of General Practitioners spoke to us about how he and his colleagues, as the frontline service for many women in crisis pregnancy, deal with this issue. And he gave an example of one of the possible scenarios that might present at his GP's office. Sandra is 38 years of age and presents to her GP. She has 3 children, but separated from her husband 3 weeks ago, as he had become increasingly abusive towards her and her children. The GP has become increasingly concerned about Sandra's isolation and lack of supports. Before the GP performs a pregnancy test, she explains Sandra's feelings and asked if she would be happy if she found out that she was pregnant. She is in fact pregnant, and Sandra looks despondent and says she does not want to be pregnant. So it's worth remembering that these are not happy situations. These are not the situations that we hope most women find themselves in. These are the crisis situations that people find themselves in. The Irish College of GPs said that for women who choose abortion, GPs cannot refer or make an appointment on behalf of the woman at a clinic in the UK. They may only provide a copy of her medical records to the patient. They can't transfer them. They also went on to say that women who return to Ireland post-abortion do not have access to post-abortion services that are available in the country where it was performed, and may be reluctant to present to Irish health services due to taboo and stigma, which leads to the risk of physical ill health. So these are the medical professionals on the front line dealing with women in crisis pregnancy, and they are telling us that our current legal system presents a threat to their well-being, to their life and to their health. And are we content to allow that to remain? As I said, we came through a journey to reach the conclusions that we reached. Does anybody think that we made those decisions lightly, that we took those votes lightly? Absolutely not. We were heavily lobbied throughout the whole process, and sometimes we were personally threatened through that process. But at the end of the day, we had to make the choice that we felt was right, based on the evidence and the fact before us. And any suggestion that we somehow gave no value or no debate at all to the unborn child or to the value of life, that is completely incorrect. We discuss that at every opportunity. We pose questions on that very basis. But that is the difficulties that we are faced with. This is not an easy decision. These are not pleasant situations. And there are times when life is not simple, it is not straightforward, and it gets messy and it gets difficult. The idea that the mother and the baby can be equal at all times is simply not possible, because you may have a situation where the mother's life is at risk, where her health is at risk, where she has children to care for at home. That has to have a bearing. You cannot say that a standing, living, breathing woman with children at home is the same as a fetus. It's not. It cannot be the same. Equally, can you dismiss the right of the unborn as well? Both need to be considered, and we did consider those, and we still came to the conclusions that we came to. Our laws must adapt and change with our society, and I do feel as though our society is changing, and that they are listening to women, and that they are listening to the struggles of women. I also feel as though women have become stronger in making their voices heard, and in advocating for the health services and the medical services that they know that they need. I think the marriage equality referendum showed us that we as a nation, we do have the bravery and the compassion, when required, to embark on a major social change in our country and to make our society more fair and more equal. And in some ways, technology and medicine has already passed us out, because we now have the pill being delivered by our National Postal Service to women in their homes. So we're a bit late to this game, and as Dr. Peter Boylan put it in the committee, the genie is out of the bottle. But nevertheless, our laws must and should catch up to where we are today. And right now, our laws do not protect women. They do not protect your mothers, your daughters, your sisters, your partners. They do not protect me or anybody else in this House. In fact, they directly put your life and your health at risk if a difficult and tragic circumstance arises. As Dr. Rona Mahoney detailed to the committee, it is very difficult for doctors and consultants to make that call. How do you decide when a woman is on the verge of death? When does a risk to her health translate to a risk to life? And her evidence to the committee, as a practicing consultant working in maternal care with years of experience, a master of our maternity hospital, her evidence to the committee was that it is simply too difficult to make that call. That there are times when what may start out as a threat to your health and you might be okay, within hours can become a serious risk to your life, and it may be too late for the doctors to act. And the fear among doctors in the medical profession, and this issue is brought across the board, is that they feel as though if they make the wrong call, they could be criminalised, lose their career, lose their profession, and end up in jail. And the same for the woman as well. No doctor acting in good faith to protect the life of a woman, a pregnant mother who could be a mother to other children and somebody's partner, should ever feel that conflicted when providing medical care to a woman in this country. It is worth noting as well that we made ancillary recommendations. We spoke about the issues around sex education, around the issues of contraception, and ensuring that we prevent crisis pregnancy, but we will never prevent them all. And the idea that somehow those against repeal of the 8th Amendment will say, well, if we put enough supports in place, there will be no need for abortion services. We know that's not the case. That is a naive and misleading position to take. We will always need abortion services. Whether we provide them here at home to Irish women, or we continue to force them to travel or take the pill at home, it will continue to happen. Yes, we can reduce crisis pregnancies, and I hope that we will do that, and I think that we will, and certainly this debate has certainly brought that to the fore. But we need to be realistic about the real-life issues that we're dealing with, and recognise that these services must be provided to Irish women at home, not forcing them to travel. There are many here in this chamber and in the other chamber feeling very uncomfortable about this debate, and I can understand that and I appreciate that. Some of us have decided, we've come off the fence, we know where we stand, we've taken a position, and in some ways maybe that brings us to an easier place. We're not getting as targeted as much actually because we've decided. For those TDs and senators that have not decided, I can appreciate how difficult that is right now because we've been through this on the committee. But I urge you to make the right choice for Irish women, for Irish families. Not the right one politically, but the right one that provides the proper healthcare that we need in this country. And for the debate ahead, I urge everybody to be respectful of the differing views. I know that I certainly will. And it is difficult when somebody takes a completely opposing view to you to understand that. But we have to be respectful. We have to understand that we will never have consensus on this issue. But what we can have is a respectful and considered debate, and one that I hope will result in the right choice for Irish women. Thank you.
Deputy Jonathan O'Brien, please.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle. A bit like Deputy Chambers, I had attempted to try and write a speech, but to be honest, I found it difficult, so I'll probably ramble for the next 20 minutes and try to get everything that's in my head out, and it probably will come out in no particular order, but I just couldn't write a speech. I just found it impossible. Given everything we had heard over the last 4 months, how do you condense that into a 20-minute contribution and try and explain why somebody like myself, who went into the committee with one particular point of view, came out of it with a completely differing point of view. So I don't think you can put that on paper. I don't think you can explain that in 20 minutes. And to be honest, I don't think I have to explain it to anyone. I have come to terms with that myself, and I know the reasons why I have changed my opinion. They're very valid reasons, and I will touch on some of those during the contribution. I was also taken by what Deputy Daly had said when she said that anyone who was surprised at the outcome of the Citizens' Assembly were surprised because up to that point they were not listening. And I would say that I was one of those individuals. I come from a background where my parents were very religious. I was brought up to respect my faith. I was brought up in a particular, I suppose, I had a particular upbringing that had a great influence from the church, which had an influence on my parents, and obviously that was passed down through myself. So I always considered myself pro-life. I never questioned it. I never had to question it, and probably as part of me didn't want to question it because they were very uncomfortable questions. However, once I was appointed to this committee, I knew that those questions would be faced by myself and they would be answered. I know a lot of people have said that this is a matter of conscience, and while I don't disagree with that, I don't think as legislators we can afford to legislate based on our conscience. I am a member of Sinn Féin, and we have a particular party policy which I am bound by, which I am happy to articulate. Whether I agree or disagree is irrelevant. If I disagree or agree, the forum for that would be internally within the party. But once I have taken a pledge to represent this party, then I will articulate our party position. And I think this, rather than being a matter of conscience, is actually a matter of public health policy. And that's how we should approach it. One of the things which I have definitely learnt is the terminology which people have very often labelled themselves with or labelled other people with is certainly not helpful. It is absolutely not helpful. As I said, I consider myself pro-life, which I know that some people in the pro-life movement would probably look at me and say, you aren't pro-life, given the views that you are now articulating. How can you be pro-life? But I honestly believe that everyone in this chamber is pro-life. I also believe, and this might sound a bit idiotic, and to be honest I don't really care because these are the conclusions I've come to, I believe everyone in this chamber is also pro-choice. I believe you have made a decision, you have took a choice to either support terminations or you have taken a choice to not support terminations. So I don't think there's any contradiction in saying that everyone is pro-life and pro-choice. I think you can be both. I know people will disagree with that, but that's my own personal opinion. But I also think that this debate needs to move away from that kind of terminology of pro-life, pro-choice. I don't think it helps the debate. This debate needs to be about women's healthcare and what is best for women's healthcare? What is the best practice based on the evidence presented to us by the medical profession who are overseeing that healthcare? That's what the debate needs to be about. And that's what I hope the debate in the coming months will be about. I don't think the debate will be as divisive as some people have made out. I think, and I take confidence in the committee's deliberations and how we conducted ourselves, and also the Citizens' Assembly, because while, yes, this is a very personal issue for people and they have very differing views, and some people have very steadfast views, and we heard Deputy Healy-Rae last night saying that under no circumstances would he ever change his opinion in relation to this, and I respect his contribution last night. If that's his opinion, that's his opinion. He's entitled to it. I'm not going to start throwing disparaging remarks across the chamber at anyone who has different views to me, because it's not so long ago I probably would have considered myself very similar to him in his outlook in relation to this issue. There's a couple of things which took place in the committee which certainly influenced my own opinion. And as I said, regardless of whether it influenced me personally, I would have been bound by the party position anyway. But I genuinely did change my position. I know one deputy last night said that those of us who have said we were on a journey were forced on that journey because of things like the abortion bus and the abortion train and other advocacy groups who have forced people like myself to undertake that journey. And I will be honest, I disagree with that. I wasn't forced on this journey. I willingly took part in the committee. And the people who have changed my mind were the people who presented the evidence before the committee. People like Abigail Aiken, Anthony McCarthy, Rowan O'Mahony, Fergal Malone, Jerry Edwards, Claire Del Sol. They are the people who have changed my opinion and who have presented the evidence to me. I know Deputy Anne Rabbitte last night said that she had one regret, and that was in relation to the vote that was taken at the committee before we had concluded all of the 3 modules. And I know that other members of the committee were also uneasy about that particular vote. But for me, as the person who proposed that vote, there was a logical reason in proposing it. Because we dealt with the committee, and maybe people who were not following the committee may not know this, but we were dealing with 3 separate modules. And the first module was to look at the 8th Amendment and the constitutional impact that has had, how we could change it, what were the options. There were 6 options given to us. And then the second module was to look at circumstances where we would allow terminations to take place. But for me, there was no point in going to that module until we took a decision that we were not going to retain the 8th Amendment as it was in full. Because if the committee had voted to retain the 8th Amendment in full, then there was no need to move to Module 2 to look at the circumstances, in my opinion, because a lot of those circumstances could not be brought into being because of the 8th Amendment. We saw the difficulty in 2013 in trying to bring forward legislation on the X case because of the imposition of the 8th Amendment. So for me, I thought the committee needed to take a decision first on whether we wanted to retain the 8th Amendment in full. Now, there was never any vote at that stage to repeal the 8th Amendment. And let's be very clear about that. There was never any vote to replace it. There was never any vote to take it out of the Constitution and not put something back in. The vote was very straightforward. We either support the retention of the 8th Amendment in full, as it was, or we didn't. And we decided we didn't. We then moved on to look at the various options. And there was a majority view on the committee that came down in favour of option 1, which was repeal simpliciter. And I think when you look at the legal advice which was given to the committee, and I know the Attorney-General is given a different legal opinion to the government, or at least flagging difficulties with the decision that the committee has taken. The thing about legal advice, Minister, is, you know, you're never going to get every legal mind to agree. And that's the difficulty. But I think that the committee took that decision for repeal simpliciter in good faith based on the legal advice which was available to us. I believe it was the right option, and I believe it's something that the government shouldn't deviate from. The other area I want to touch on is the issue of the 12 weeks and the grounds of rape. That was certainly probably one of the more challenging aspects of the committee for me, because I don't think anyone on that committee, well, I can't speak for everyone, but I think the vast majority of people on that committee who spoke never envisaged any scenario where a victim of rape who became pregnant as a result of that vile act would be forced to carry the pregnancy to full term and give birth. The difficulty then became, how do we legislate for that? And I agree with what has been said to date, that I think Billy said it last night, that it's virtually impossible to legislate for that. Now, that's technically not true, because we have seen other options in terms of how we can legislate for it. But what I would say is you cannot compassionately legislate on the grounds of rape without having the 12 weeks in place. If you look at the other options which were presented to the committee, we had what was referred to as a certification process, where somebody who was raped and became pregnant would have to go and certify that either to the police or to the judiciary. They were the two options which were presented to us as a possible way of legislating for rape. But then if you look at the countries that actually have those options in place, where there is termination on rape grounds and where there is a certification process which is done by the judiciary, the countries that have it in place currently are Mauritius, Hong Kong, Cyprus, Latvia, Morocco, Argentina, St. Lucia, Colombia and Uruguay. They are all ones that have a police certification, not a judicial certification. They all have a police certification. And it's interesting that there's only actually 2 EU countries on that list, which is Cyprus and Latvia. The countries where there is a judicial certification process, where a victim of rape would actually have to go before the judge and state that she was raped and she was seeking a termination on that grounds. The countries that have a judicial certification process in place are Namibia, Rwanda, the Seychelles, Zimbabwe, Eritrea, Bolivia and Panama. Everywhere else that has tried to deal with this has come to the conclusion that the only compassionate way, the only way you can treat women with compassion and not re-traumatise them by forcing them to go down a certification process is actually to have a time frame where women can access a termination on any ground, and the average weeks that we were looking at was between 10 and 12, and the committee came down on the side of 12 weeks. That is how we came up with the 12 weeks. I know going into that committee, I would never have imagined supporting a report which contained 12 weeks on any grounds accessing a termination, but having looked at the evidence, particularly on the grounds of rape and incest, there was no other compassionate way of dealing with it, Minister. And I would urge people who haven't read the transcripts of the committee and the evidence which was presented to us, and who have concerns around the 12 weeks, to go and look at that particular section of the committee's work and the transcripts, and you will see very, very clear evidence which the committee based its decision on. The other area was the issue of risk, because we have the Protection of Life During Pregnancy Bill, and we have, it's in there, it says, well, there's a real and substantial risk to the life of the woman. And that was something that I had a particular interest in, because, and I asked this question to every single person who came before the committee, and Bernard will, you know, testify to that. As a medical profession, can you categorise risk? Can you put it into a category of real and substantial, serious, a moderate risk? And you cannot, because risk is different to every individual woman and every individual circumstance. And to try and put a category of risk into legislation would actually, we wouldn't end up achieving what we set out to do, which was protect women's health. And the only way to do that was to put in and to support the Citizens' Assembly recommendation that where there was a risk and no categorisation on it, where there was a risk to the health, the mental health or the life of a woman, she would be able to access a termination. And I think that's important as well, because that is something that a number of people have said to me, that why didn't we support just where there's a real and substantial risk or where there's a serious risk? Because that is not practical. It's not practical when you come to implement it, the medical profession. And, you know, we need to listen to doctors who are actually going to have to work in the confines of this legislation, and we had to take on board their opinion in relation to this. The other and the last area I just want to touch on is the issue of adoption. And I know that was put forward by members of the committee, and again last night, as one of the solutions or one of the reasons why we should not have abortion in this state. Now, if a woman who is in crisis pregnancy makes a decision to go ahead with that pregnancy, to give birth to that child and to put that child up for adoption, then she should be supported in doing that. And I don't think anyone in this chamber would disagree with that. If that's what a woman wishes to do, then, you know, the state should support and put every support in place to allow somebody to do that. But there is something obscene about forcing a woman to continue with a pregnancy that she, for whatever reason she decides, she is unable to continue with, in the hope that at the end of that pregnancy there may be somebody willing to adopt that child. I just find that obscene. That's like saying to a woman, the state is forcing you to be an incubator for the next 9 months. And the same way we should put in place supports for people who wish to carry on with a pregnancy and put that child up for adoption, we need to put in place the supports for women who do not wish to do that. So yeah, that's 4 months in 20 minutes, and I could go on, and I will just concur with Deputy Chambers in terms of some of the commentary that we have got. I am probably one of those people who are damned forever now, because I considered myself pro-life and I will probably never be allowed to use that label again. And to be honest, given some of the stuff I've seen outside the gate today and some of the vile posters which are outside the gate at this very moment, it's probably not a tag I ever want to use again, Minister. I now consider myself a realist when it comes to women's healthcare.
Deputy Kate O'Connell, please.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle. I'm going to start by reading Lorraine's story in her words. It was first published almost 20 years ago at the turn of the millennium. I was 30, this is Lorraine's story. I was 34 when I was widowed. My husband died in an accident. I had 4 children from 14 to 4 years of age. It was a terrible time, and I never thought I'd get through it. The older kids took it very hard. My family were a great support, taking it in turns to stay over for the first few months, endlessly helping with the children. The following year, there was a big wedding anniversary for my parents, and we all got together to plan the celebration. I had hardly been out socially since David's death, but I was looking forward to the party. It was in a hotel with everything laid on. By the end of the night, I'd had a few drinks all right, but I wasn't drunk, just a bit fuzzy, a bit merry. I took a lift home with a family friend, someone I'd known since I was 19 or 20 years of age. There is no easy way to put this. He dropped the others in the car off first, insisted on seeing me to my door, and then pushed his way in behind me. He knew the children weren't there. I told him they were at their cousins'. The horror of that night I cannot tell you. The feelings after he'd gone, shame, disgust, rage, and worst of all, total helplessness. God forgive me, it was worse than David's death. But it didn't happen to me, it was done to me. I knew immediately I couldn't do anything about it. I couldn't put the kids or the family through a public court case. Everyone always knows who you are by the end. I couldn't do it. When I realised I was pregnant, I felt total despair. I wondered what I'd done to deserve it all. My whole sense of who I was seemed to fall apart. I finally told a friend the whole story, and it was with her support and organising the abortion that helped me together over the next few months. I cannot tell you how awful the pregnancy felt for me, to be pregnant from that night. I wanted an abortion as soon as possible, but it took huge organisation with family and kids and endless lies because no one knew, and I hated that. I couldn't have gone through it without my friend. She also booked me in with a support agency here before we travelled, and it was very helpful. I realised there that I was going to need help with the rape and that there was help available. I felt enormous relief after the abortion and even felt positive enough to think about how I could pick up the pieces and move on. But the next few weeks were hell, all that pretending that we'd had a lovely shopping weekend away, or the reason I couldn't go to the function I knew he would be at. It all left me feeling I'd made some awful mess that I was piling lie onto lie to cover, all somehow my fault. It's taken me a long time and professional help to accept that this wasn't my fault and to realise I'd lose and the kids would lose if I didn't find a way to move on from this. For me, the abortion will always be a positive factor during a nightmare time. At least I could make that choice. Any other outcome for me was so unbearable it was unthinkable. And that's Lorraine's story. Some people seem to prescribe that, in their opinion, they only feel comfortable with terminations being allowed in the case of rape or incest. So to examine that point of view and opinion further, that would indicate that it is the act of becoming pregnant that qualifies somebody for a termination, not the potential life that is a consequence of that act. If you agree with abortion in certain circumstances, it is not the abortion you have an issue with, it is the type of sex women have. If abortion is only allowed in cases of rape, not only will women have to endure horrific sexual assault, but the onus will be on them to prove it. 65% of rape survivors who presented themselves to the Rape Crisis Centre in 2015 had not reported their rape to an authority. In the Irish context, more than 4 in 10, 42% of women have reported some form of sexual abuse or assault in their lifetime. The most serious form of abuse, penetrative abuse, was experienced by 10% of women. So are we saying that because these women had a man and then a pregnancy forced upon them, by virtue of the suffering they endured, they are more deserving of a termination? Why must a woman suffer, be violated and terrorised before people feel compassion for them? If a woman who is pregnant as a result of rape procures abortion pills and is caught, she can currently serve a longer sentence than her rapist. If we are going down that route, would people think it's suitable that we start inquiring as to the violence of the rape, whether it was committed when she was conscious or unconscious, whether she needed medical intervention, were there tears, vaginal tears requiring sutures, cervical or anal surgery? We heard from many experts in the fields of obstetrics and gynaecology at the committee and law. There is no typical victim, there is no typical scenario. Do the people sitting here in Leinster House, in the upper and lower houses, and outside these walls in the real world, do they think the punishment that should be meted out to someone for perceived recklessness is parenthood? Does it give the people who want no change comfort to know that no change means they get what they want, and to hell literally with everybody else? I wonder, does it make them feel victorious, and what a victory they have had till now over women? The power, the control, the pervasive shame and the fear that follows us around into our homes, into our bedrooms and into our hospital theatres. Our Constitution, by virtue of the 13th Amendment, enshrines a woman's right to commit an act which is a criminal offence in her own country as long as it is committed outside the state. By any yardstick, this is a bizarre situation. These are the words of the chair of the Institute of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists in Ireland. What interest, what vested interest, other than the health and safety of women and infants, had that man? What bias, other than one towards safe and compassionate medical treatment, could he be accused of? Spelling out rape in law would be unworkable, a professor of law from Trinity College, David Kenny, told us at committee. There is no diagnostic test to confirm rape, consultant obstetrician and gynaecologist Dr. Peter Boylan told us. It can take up to 2 years for rape proceedings to come to court, Professor Siobhan Mullally from the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission told us. How do we propose to square that circle? Dr. Maeve Ogan from the Rotunda Hospital told the committee, there is not a definitive or conclusive test that can either confirm or refute that the sexual intercourse has been unwanted. Do people honestly think it would be possible to convene councils of sexual assessment, to re-victimise a woman, and to make her atone for a crime and a sin that was not committed by her, but rather to her? And who would sit on such a council? It was said in this chamber many years ago, and I quote, that it is our duty as legislators to deter fornication and promiscuity, to promote public morality, and to prevent, insofar as we can, public immorality. So would we, as politicians then, elect, who do we elect to sit on these councils of chastity? There are medics in the upper and lower houses indeed, but none of them are consultants in the area of obstetrics and gynaecology, as far as I know. Although, from some of the contributions at the committee, you would think that some people are eminently qualified in the area of female anatomy, human reproduction, and indeed the field of public morality. I wonder how such a council would have judged Lorraine, whose story I told, with the permission of the IFPA, the original publishers of the story. How would you all judge Lorraine, And how would the people of Ireland judge her in her hour of need? Who are any of us, as a majority Christian people in Ireland, to sit in judgment of anyone? Surely the God so many people worship, myself included, is not so cruel as to restrict access for Lorraine to heaven. I find it bizarre that so many of the communications received by TDs and senators in the post contain religious pictures and Holy Bible passages. We are sent images of Jesus or the Virgin Mary alongside pictures of the sacred remains of a child, or cartoons that speculate on the methods used to terminate pregnancy. The sick people who are driven to create such literature or to disseminate it widely are no Christians or Catholics that I recognise. They are not respecting life or the potential for life when they print those images out in full colour on glossy postcards. They are, in their own disturbed way, disrespecting, in my view, the sanctity and the humanity of life. These same people have wished that members of this House and the Senate were aborted. That's what they write to us, saying how they know God would forgive them for wishing that, as if they have a direct line to the man above. They call us child abusers, murderers, handmaidens of the devil. Their creativity at crafting insults knows no bounds. I picture them gleefully dreaming up awful things to say, carefully folding the contents into an envelope and buying special holy stamps at the post office. And I wonder how their God feels about what they say and what they do in his name. It is when we have been at our most Catholic in Ireland that we have been at our least Christian. The special position of the Catholic Church was sewn into the Constitution in 1937, 2 years after the Criminal Law Amendment Act, which made the sale, advertising, or the importation for sale of contraceptives illegal. The Act banning contraceptives had a stereotypically, hypocritically, uniquely Irish flavour to it. It was enacted by Eamon de Valera's government, and to quote Emily O'Reilly, this Act, and I quote, was part of a process of asserting the country's independence from pagan England. To be really Irish, went to thinking at the time, it was necessary to be both Republican and Roman Catholic. The only voice of protest in the Oireachtas, when the special position of the Catholic Church was being debated, was that of poet, and we're all very fond of him in here, quoting him, Senator W.B. Yeats, the Protestant Irish nationalist. Subsequently, legislation in the years that followed imposed bans on married women being employed in the civil service, local authorities and health boards. The contraception ban meant that women would spend most of their adult lives pregnant, breastfeeding and protecting their children both in utero and out. All the while the Church and the State were colluding to subjugate and inter fallen women in Catholic-run and state-subsidised prisons, punishing them for the sin of sex and the flaw of being female. Irish women were quite literally enslaved in an act of church and state collusion that could be honestly characterised as nothing other than sexual apartheid. Their babies were sold like puppies to foreign homes or enslaved in industrial schools to be preyed upon by those in power-wielding authority. In 1943 in Cavan, 35 orphans perished in a blaze, locked in their dormitories as a fire raged. An RTE documentary from 12 years ago attributed the loss of children's lives to the nuns not wanting them to be seen in their nightgowns. One of the 50 children who were rescued said the children were ordered to say the rosary as the fire spread from the laundry to the second and third floors of the building. Now that was a slaughter of the innocents. Holy Catholic Ireland was a monstrous hoax. When it came to children out of wedlock, the sin of having sex outside marriage was all-encompassing. The products of such sex were seen as the devil's spawn. And as it was women who bore the children, who laboured their births and nursed them at their breasts, it was the women who were unavoidably and visibly the most sinful. And what of the absent male parent of such offspring? No doubt some were married men, some were single men, some were brutal men, some were cowardly men, and some, I suspect, were men of status, of influence, and of elected office. I studied Yeats recently again, and I found a speech he made in the Senate in 1925 during a debate on divorce legislation, and he made some salient points. And I quote from his speech: "There is no use quarrelling with icebergs in warm water," he said. "I have no doubt whatsoever that when the iceberg melts, it will become an exceedingly tolerant country. The monuments on the whole are encouraging. I am thinking of O'Connell, Parnell and Nelson. We never had any trouble about O'Connell. It was said about O'Connell in his day that you could not throw a stick over a workhouse wall without hitting one of his children. But he believed in the indissolubility of marriage. When he died, his heart was very properly preserved in Rome. Incidentally, that same year, a Tuam workhouse became the bond-secure mother and baby home, a Magdalen asylum to house the promiscuous and sinful women and their unfortunate offspring. 1 in 4 of the little children there would die within a year of birth. And of course, the women were blamed for that too. The children died, said a report in 1935, and again I quote, the children died from causes traceable to the conditions associated with the unfortunate lot of the unmarried mother. No wonder the poor little outcasts were allowed to die of neglect. There should be a collective national guilt and responsibility for all the wrongs that were done to so many for so long, because we conspired to do this to Ireland's children, Ireland's women, and Ireland's poor and Ireland's marginalised. We murdered them in their hundreds through neglect and hate, brutalised them in the name of salvation, enslaved them in the name of redemption. The electorate are engaged on this issue. They are the ones that are travelling at the rate of 10 or 12 a day outside our country, and they're not imaginary people. And as the Minister said yesterday, they come from Galway, from Tipperary, from Kerry, from Waterford, from Louth. They are married, they're in their 20s, their 30s, their 40s and sometimes their 50s. They have children, they have partners, they have mammies, they are mammies, they have sisters and aunties and friends, and thank God they have votes. And they may not tell anyone. They may never send an email or write a letter to a local paper. They may never report a journalist to the Press Council or to the BAI for not discussing abortion in the way they deem suitable. They may never send a miraculous medal to a politician beseeching them to vote for repeal. That does not mean that these people who engage in such activities are more numerous or more important to consider or more worthy of representation. Pregnancies come to an end every day, some in the happiest ways ever, some in the saddest, some in a tragic way, some in a surprising way, and some alone in secret. In January 1984, just 3 months after the 8th Amendment was put into our Constitution, Annie Lovett died in a grotto in Longford with her infant boy. It was in 2014 that a letter revealed, written by the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Armagh to poet Christopher Daybell, which claimed that Lovett's death, and I quote, "Her sad death reflects more on her immaturity than any lack of Christian charity." How Christian of that man. The poor, frightened, innocent teenager died a few miles from where my father was born, in Drynan, Ballymahan, Longford. And what did the 8th Amendment do to protect Annie Lovett? What has it done since for Miss Y, Miss X, and all the other misses and near misses we'll never know? And why should we hear about them? Why should we hear about their sex, their shame, their sin, their suffering? And who are we to say that we know best as politicians, when all the medical and legal experts you could shake a stick at have come before us over the last 3 months, begging us to be compassionate, to be reasonable and to legislate for repeal. I have been surprised by the overwhelming interest and support that my office has received over the last few years from the most unlikely of places. I would hope that other politicians of all parties and none receive the same positive and supportive contact from people in the months ahead, because I have no doubt those who oppose repeal will seek to make their numbers appear larger, louder and more important than the silent majority who exist quietly in our parishes and in our constituencies. From
Deputy Peter Fitzpatrick, please.
I was very pleased to have the opportunity to serve on the Oireachtas Committee on the 8th Amendment. Ceann Comhairle, I found it very testing and, I have to be honest, sometimes very troubling. The proposals that we are debating here today about repealing the 8th Amendment and also the number of weeks that any legislation will permit abortion to take place is not something that was looked at closely by the committee, regardless of how it is being reported or presented. I want to be honest and don't want to personally attack anybody, but the truth is the committee spent most of its time simply undermining and attacking the 8th Amendment and spent no time looking at all at the good the 8th Amendment has done in saving lives. I feel this is a huge issue given what is now being proposed. Just to set the record straight, as a committee member, we invited in a total of 5 representatives from the pro-life side and 28 or 29 people making the cases for repealing the 8th Amendment. So the idea that lots of pro-life people were invited and didn't turn up is not true. They were simply never invited. I can perfectly understand why some of the 5 pro-life invited choose not to come before a committee they could see was so loaded in one direction and had no real interest in listening to them. The other groups that were completely overlooked were the families who said their child is alive thanks to the 8th Amendment. These are people all over the country who are faced with an unplanned pregnancy who considered abortion. They said that if abortion was available in this country when they found themselves in a crisis, they would have been very open to the possibility, but because abortion is not available here, they had extra time and space to reflect on what abortion would mean and find support that allowed them to reject abortion and keep their babies. Today their children are living and growing up in Ireland, enjoying their lives thanks to the life-saving 8th Amendment. I think these people would have a tremendous contribution to make to the debate, and I think it is a real shame that they were not invited to the Oireachtas Committee. Again, I make these points not to attack any of my colleagues on the committee, but I think it is very important to set the record straight. The decision before our committee and the decision before each and every one of us here today is whether or not we are going to facilitate taking away a critical important right to life provision from our Constitution. If we go down the road of appeal, it will not save lives, it will end lives. Again, we all know this to be true. This is why I am so opposed to repealing the 8th Amendment. When you look at what has happened in other countries, there is no denying what I am saying is true. What repeal would lead is to an English-style abortion law here. That being the case, why is there so little talk about what the law would look like in reality? We only have to look at England to see how abortion affects society. Today in England, 1 in every 5 pregnancies end in abortion. That is a shocking high rate, but it's not surprising. Once you introduce abortion to your country, it becomes more acceptable and you get more of it. It is the same with every law we introduce. We must not fool ourselves into thinking that the law on abortion will be any different. If we were to repeal the 8th Amendment, we would have more abortions in Ireland and more babies would lose their lives. That is why no spotlight on England abortion law is so wonderful. The reason is simple. Legislated abortion is actually horrifying. When we resort to slogans like choice, we can cover over these realities. There was a lot of talk about trusting women from the pro-choice side, but if the key campaigners for repeal generally trust women, they will be open with them about what really happens to the baby during an abortion. Describing an unborn baby as nothing more than a clump of cells deny reality and mislead women and everyone who personally concocted with this debate. The baby in the womb is a highly developed human being, even at the earliest stage. I was challenged a number of times by one of my colleagues on the committee for stating that an unborn baby's heartbeat starts after 3 weeks. Miriam Lord in the Irish Times even came to my colleague's defence for having to endure listening to me making such a claim. Well, I want to reiterate my point here again today. It is not a claim, it is a scientific fact that an unborn baby's heart starts to beat after 3 weeks. It does not start to beat after 7 weeks, as esteemed colleague states. An unborn baby's heart is much more than what was described as a postulating tube. And an unborn baby's heartbeat is further proof that a new and unique human being life exists. At just 6 weeks, the baby's eyes and eyelids, nose, mouth and tongues are forming. By 10 weeks, the baby is moving in the womb, and at 12 weeks, ultrasound scans can show the baby sucking his or her thumb. When we know so much about the development and about the baby in the womb, I believe we have 2 duties as legislators. The first is to ensure that the public is kept fully informed about the development, and this means we cannot allow the baby in the womb to be described as nothing more than a clump of cells, which has happened too much to date. The other duties we have is to acknowledge the humanity of a tiny human being and to ensure that our laws do something they can to protect him or her from harm or attack. This is the reason why the 8th Amendment was inserted in the Constitution in 1983, and I see no reason why we should be moving it in 2018. If anything, we know more about the development of a baby in the womb today, as we did in 1983, when ultrasound technology was not at today's standard. Back then, it might have been a possibility to dismiss the humanity of a baby, but today we have no excuses. There is a lot of talk about the so-called hypocrisy about the Irish law at present. It is easy to make that claim if we are buried our heads at that time in countries where abortion is legal. One of the so-called expert groups invited to testimony before a committee was the BPAS, the largest abortion providers in England. It might be of interest to some people listening to know that the BPAS, the main name in Ireland, is www.abortion.ie. BPAS was presented to a committee as experts. I am sorry they are not experts when it comes to discussing the dignity and right of every human being. They are experts in one thing and one thing only: carrying out abortions where the life of an innocent unborn child are ended. I know there were thousands of families out there who said their child would not be alive today, but it was not for the 8th Amendment. For the record, as I said, their stories were 100% ignored by the committee, and I sat and yet it claimed that the committee spent time considering stories and experience from all sides. I regard it as totally unacceptable that lots of pro-abortion groups like the BPS were invited before the committee, but not one person representing the lives of children saved by the 8th Amendment were even asked to tell the stories of hope against the odds and how the 8th Amendment played a central role in the reasons they are alive today. As a committee, we listened to one doctor from the UK describe how he performed abortion by first using an injection to paralyse the unborn baby and stop it from moving around, followed by a second injection that stopped the baby's heart. There is no way you can listen to descriptions like that and come away with a feeling that repealing the 8th Amendment would be anything other than barbaric in practice. The doctor who described the abortion he performed wasn't invited to the committee so we could hear about the true nature of abortion. He was invited to make a case for abortion as a compassionate solution. There was nothing compassionate about the procedure that he described. It is almost too horrific to imagine. Yet we are being asked to remove the Constitution provision that prevents babies subject to this in Ireland. I wouldn't believe it until I sat on the committee, but I see now the way in which some people would sign up to almost anything once it is packaged as acceptable to those, and this is true regardless of what is being presented to them. I say this again, not to undermine any individual, but I feel it is fighting the way that gruesome and horrific procedures of abortion is being dressed up as something compassionate and liberal, and in fact every single abortion ends the life of a defenceless baby. I want to see a respectful debate, but I also want to see an honest debate, and the debate at this point has certainly not been to that. I am saddened at the way some of the members of the House have attacked the motivation of pro-life people in recent days. Some of the comments were truly appalling and were made without any justification. I disagree with those seeking repeal, and I will always express my views on it. I see no place in this debate for anyone being deliberately abusive or seeking to undermine the character and good name of people on the opposite side. I had hoped that even though we would not agree on the same course of action in this difficult issue, we would at least be able to keep the debate respectful. This did not happen in the last few days, and this is a real shame. As I said, I was very pleased to be asked to sit on the Oireachtas Committee on Abortion, but I would also say that the conclusion that the majority of committee reached were not based on hearings from both sides of the debate fairly, and the recommendations of the committee are not the same basis on which to bring forward a referendum to appeal the 8th Amendment. This really is a very testing time for our country. I remain hopeful that the Irish people will vote to protect the life of saving the 8th Amendment. I believe that we must show that we recognise the need for genuine compassion to every member of Irish society, born and unborn, healthy and sick, planned or unplanned. We must highlight the excellent care that our medical profession has provided to women and their babies. We must acknowledge that the 8th Amendment has been a beacon of hope, and we must have the courage to do this what is truly progressive, cherish and safeguard the 8th Amendment as a beacon of hope, and commit ourselves to using it as a foundation stone to build a society where every family feels properly supported, and where no woman feels so isolated and alone that she feels her only option is to end the life of the unborn child. This kind of Ireland I want to live in, one where every human being matters. If the 8th Amendment is repealed, we will end up living in a very different country, where our abortion rate will increase significantly and respect for life will diminish. The way to ensure this doesn't happen is to speak up for life now before it is too late. Thank you, Conor Fowler.
Neil Martin, please.
Thank you, Conor. This week's debate is the first step in a process which should lead to a referendum in a few months. There is as yet no clarity on important pieces of legal advice which can only be obtained from the government. This is nonetheless a very important debate, and I am grateful to be able to make a contribution. This is first and foremost an opportunity for each of us to explain how we are going to approach the fundamental decisions which we must take in the months ahead. We must do this not just as legislators, but also as citizens and members of a diverse society. Abortion is not an issue where a unanimous opinion is possible. Radically opposed opinions on this issue are held with great passion, conviction and sincerity. A basic challenge for us is to do everything possible to enable a respectful debate, a debate where no one is afraid to add their voice and where we acknowledge the goodwill of people we disagree with. The position of the Fianna Fáil party is that each member is entitled to vote in accordance with their own conscience. I want to thank my colleagues for the manner in which they have ensured that discussions between us have been constructive and have focused on answering the many substantive questions which have arisen. I would also like to in particular acknowledge the work of the 5 Fianna Fáil members of the Joint Oireachtas Committee. Each has devoted considerable time not only to contributing to the committee, but also to talking with colleagues about the evidence provided to them. I believe that the committee carried out its work well, and it was appropriate that it sought to concentrate on expert evidence. In the fact-finding stage of a debate, this is the right thing to do, rather than emphasise the advocacy, which can too often prevent real debate later on. The evidence heard by the committee has helped clarify many issues and focused on the substance of what specific changes to policy we should make and the specific legislative changes required to implement them. I thank the committee for its work and for gathering evidence from such a wide range of sources. In deciding on my position, I have read the committee's report, the transcripts of its hearings and written submissions. Most importantly, I have sought to listen to the diverse contributions of women. I am very grateful to the many people who have come to me to give their opinion and to colleagues for taking the time to discuss different points. It is unfortunate that the government has not yet completed work which is necessary for us to be more specific on wordings and legislation. However, there is more than enough information available for each of us to be able to decide our attitude to the core recommendations of the committee concerning the need for a constitutional referendum and what changes should be made following a referendum. People elected to this House carry a responsibility to find a balance between beliefs which should be made law and those which should guide his or her personal actions alone. We must each question how far we are willing to go to impose our personal beliefs on others. Over the years, I've been on the record as being against a significant change in our abortion laws. I've done so from a belief that this was the most effective way of affirming the importance of the unborn. While I have supported different proposals to clarify the law and to address the threat to the life of the mother, I've been broadly in favour of the law, as enabled by the 8th Amendment. However, I believe we each have a duty to be willing to question our own views, to be open to different perspectives, and to respond to new information. On an issue as profoundly important as this, we must all struggle with complex and discomforting medical and ethical issues. If our views change, if the facts become clearer, if we come to understand properly the impact of a policy on others, then we must be willing to act accordingly. No one can dispute the fact that thousands of Irish women have an abortion every year. For the significant majority, this means a journey to Britain, often alone and always separated from the support of their medical professionals. For many, a crisis can become a deep and hidden trauma. As the Master of the Rotunda informed the committee, these journeys can have a significant impact on the health and well-being of the women involved. As has already been said in earlier contributions, in an increasing number of cases, abortions are happening here. The availability of pills which can cause an abortion in the first 70 days of a pregnancy is widespread and growing. This is not going to change. So it is untrue to say that the issue before us is whether there will be abortion in Ireland or not. The 8th Amendment does not mean that Ireland is a country without abortion. Retaining the 8th Amendment will not make Ireland a country without abortion. Nothing we say or do here could make Ireland a country without abortion. It is also not the case that where legal abortion is provided, there is one international approach to what is allowed. Countries differ significantly in terms of their legislation and also the prevalence of abortion. Rates of abortion appear to link more to societal and cultural issues rather than to legal limits. In fact, research published in the Lancet Medical Journal indicates that some countries have seen a reduction in the number of abortions following liberalisation. The Oireachtas Committee considered similar evidence from the World Health Organization. The likely cause of this was the fact that women became far more likely to engage with support services at a time of crisis. Fundamentally, there appears to be no sound basis for pointing to other countries and saying that Ireland will become like them by changing its laws. The war of claim and counterclaim on statistics serves no positive purpose in this debate. What we know for sure is that the adoption of the 8th Amendment was intended to remove this issue from the courts and the Oireachtas. It was claimed that it would give certainty. The growing list of cases in our courts and in international courts has shown that this never happened. Women known to the public only by a single letter of the alphabet have exposed the cruel inflexibility and unintended consequences of the 8th Amendment. I've always admired the work of our obstetrics professionals. I believe that their incredible dedication and high standards have helped dramatically improve care for women and children in our hospitals. Individually and as a profession, they are absolutely focused on the care of those in their trust. Their evidence to the committee and elsewhere has had a deep impact on me. There is, of course, no single viewpoint in this profession, but the Institute of Obstetricians and Gynecologists is clear in pointing to the impact of the current law. The Institute's chairperson has said that the amendment has given rise to significant difficulties for doctors practising in Ireland and has caused grave harm to women, including death." Unquote. This is something we simply cannot ignore. We all remember the sense of national shock at the death of Savita Halappanavar 6 years ago. She was a 31-year-old healthy medical professional who experienced difficulties during a pregnancy. In the inquiry into her death, the current law stood indicted for leading to a situation where her care was not as responsive or urgent as it should have been. Other cases have revealed a situation where the law has gone to extreme lengths in the attempt to force women to go to full term with a pregnancy, and it has done so even where the public has been horrified by the implications of this. If a family is told of a fatal abnormality during a pregnancy, the law as it stands, and as it is required to be under the 8th Amendment, says that they can do nothing. Under the threat of a criminal sentence, they must carry the pregnancy to its term, irrespective of the potentially devastating impact it will have. Without constitutional change, it is not possible to address this issue. This is also the case where a woman has been a victim of rape or incest. The law is blind to the permanent damage to the woman which might arise from her being forced to carry the pregnancy to term, again under the threat of committing a criminal offence. There are women who choose freely to carry such pregnancies to term, and for them the law is not relevant. They have a right to be respected for their decision and to be given all the support they need. However, for many others, the law represents a cruel victimisation of women at perhaps the most traumatic moment of their lives. The law as it stands denies them the comfort of basic respect and humanity. Of course, many in these situations choose to travel to have an abortion overseas. When they do this, they do it without the active support of their own doctors, enduring further trauma, incurring serious costs and risking further damage to their mental and physical health. If we are sincere in our compassion for women, and if we are sincere in respecting their choices, then we must act. Because the 8th Amendment has been shown to cause real damage to Irish women, because it has caused real harm to the quality of care available to pregnant women at critical moments, because it has not and cannot change the reality that abortion is a present and permanent part of Irish life, because it seeks to force women to carry a pregnancy to term when they have been the victim of a rape or incest, or when they have received a diagnosis of a fatal fetal abnormality, because it requires that pregnant women and doctors are faced with criminal sanctions, and because it prevents us from responding in a humane way in order to help women in the most traumatic situations. For these reasons, and following a long period of reflection and assessment of evidence before the Oireachtas Committee, I believe that we should remove the 8th Amendment from Bunreacht na hÉireann, and I will vote accordingly. There remains a significant issue concerning whether we should simply remove the amendment or replace it. Before deciding on this, I would like to see the legal advice, which the Government says is being prepared. However, I feel it is likely that we may need to agree a replacement which gives certainty to the Oireachtas' right to legislate. This need not be a complex provision, but it may be the only way to prevent significant unintended consequences in future court cases which are inevitable. If a referendum is passed, there will have to be legislation. I fully agree with the idea that we must set out in detail for the public the legislation which the Dáil will debate if the people decide to repeal the 8th Amendment. I support the logic and the basic approach proposed by the committee, but want to see proposals about how it might operate and to hear from the Government about the legal advice which it has sought. I agree that there is no legal, practical or humane way to prove rape or incest early on in a pregnancy. Equally, it is clear that the reality of the abortion pill means we are no longer talking about a procedure which involves the broader medical system during the early stages of pregnancy. We must have a system which actively encourages women to seek support from medical professionals as soon as possible. As such, I support the idea of a time-based cut-off near the end of the first trimester. Beyond this, I believe we should make provision for cases of fatal fetal abnormality and serious threats to the health of the mother. The 2013 Act has proven, yet again, that we can trust our medical professionals and the women who seek their help to respect legal limitations. The claims that the 2013 Act would allow the introduction of UK-style laws have been fully disproven. As such, I believe mechanisms similar to those in place for threats to the life of the mother can be applied in cases of fatal fetal abnormalities and a serious threat to the health of the mother where she does not wish to go to term. These decisions must include multiple medical opinions and a high level of oversight. I also believe that if the constitutional requirement to have criminal sanctions to enforce the 8th Amendment is removed, we should immediately review how we enforce remaining restrictions. The decisions which we will take in the coming months are complex and emotional. They challenge every one of us. The challenge every one of us faces is to consider fundamental issues, to find a balance between our personal beliefs and the laws we require others to follow. We are also obliged to consider the realities of Irish society today and the many profound concerns which people have with the operation of an amendment adopted over a third of a century ago. I believe the case for change is justified by the full range of evidence available to us, and I will vote for this change. Thank you, Cathaoirleach.
Thank you, Deputy. I now call on Ministers John Halligan and Helen McEntee, who are sharing 20 minutes.
That's correct, Ceann Comhairle. Thank you very much, Las Ceann Comhairle. Though this is a highly emotive issue, and emotions will run high inside this stall and outside this stall, this has nothing to do with morals. It's an issue for human rights, women's sexual reproductive rights. And this debate over the next couple of days or weeks needs to be evidence-based, with women's health must be made a priority. An average of 10 women a day travel to the UK to access abortion services at a rough cost of between £1,000 and £1,500 when they can afford it. Since 1980, 160,000 women or more have gone to the UK and the Netherlands, where they gave addresses in Ireland. Very many more did not, and we don't know. In the past 6 years, an average of 2 women, more than 5,000 women, 2 women a day, in Northern Ireland and the South, have sought access to medical abortion pills through the website Women on Web. The World Health Organization, the WHO, guidelines on abortion states that women's need for abortion cannot be eliminated. Whether they are self-medicating on potentially dangerous drugs which have severe consequences, or making the lonely journey abroad, Irish women are having abortions. We need to step up to the plate on this, and the evidence is decisive. The country is already well ahead of politicians. A poll, a Red C poll in October 2017, 60% of the people polled supported access to abortion, either outright or within specific gestational limits. While I welcome the recommendation of the committee and applaud the excellent work they have done, I have concerns on a number of fronts. The recommendations that abortion be denied after 12 weeks gestation in cases of severe fatal impairment, I think is problematic. Many severe fatal abnormalities are not diagnosed until the second trimester, of pregnancies. Other European countries have legislation to provide an abortion later in pregnancy in cases of severe fatal fetal impairment, and I think we need to do the same. Similar cases of rape or incest, it is often a case that pregnancy is not discovered until beyond the 12 weeks gestation. Women who are coping with the fact that they have been a victim of a sexual crime should, what do? Should not then, if they have become pregnant as a result, face the added distress of being told they must leave the country to access an abortion service. International human rights protects women on a number of grounds in later pregnancy, and I think they must be closely looked at. UN has repeatedly criticised Ireland's restricted stance on abortion. The International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, the International Convention on Economic and Social Cultural Rights, and more to the point, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women have criticised our stance on abortion. The situation that is prevailing in this country is inhumane, and what's more, it is still proof that at times the long arm of the Catholic Church attempts to remain mightier than the people. I, in the Dáil, a number of years ago, brought a number of women in here who had been brutalised and raped. The former Taoiseach met one of these women. This particular woman who came to the Dáil, after she had been brutalised, bruised and broken, then faced the awful trauma of being told that she was pregnant. Yesterday in the Dáil, Deputy Michael Healy-Rae, who I believe to be a fine politician and genuine, stated there is no shame in being pregnant. There is shame and horror to be forcibly impregnated. Shame and horror. You need to speak to some of these women. No woman in this country can call themselves free if they do not have control of their own body. Making abortion illegal does not stop abortion. It stops safe abortion. I would appeal to everybody in this House, particularly men, who I believe, if they could become pregnant, would be having an abortion as easy as you would get a Smartie or become infected by food poisoning. Abortion would be in this country 20 years ago. Don't kid yourselves. I would ask all of you, if it was your wife, if it was your mother, if it was your daughter who was brutalised and raped and traumatised, all you people who say you are pro-life, would you say no? No, you must carry right through the 9 months. That is inhumane and torturous on women. Inhumane and torturous. We cannot persist with a situation where girls and women are fearful, after an abortion even, to access health care or health services post-abortion, be it in another country or by taking pills at home. Amnesty International has stated that criminalising a procedure that is only required by a woman and girls is discriminatory and violates women's and girls' human rights. I would say to you again, and I would repeat what I have said, no matter what legislation, if this whole Dáil votes to ban abortion for the next 20 years, you are not going to stop abortion. What you will do is put a barbed wire fence all around this country, as was indicated and illustrated in the Irish Times some years ago, and have women climb out over that fence in a ladder. You need to get real and realistic and pragmatic here. You are not going to stop abortion. We must deal with the pragmatism of women who are raped, who are dealing with fatal fetal abnormalities, or women who are traumatised, who feel that they cannot carry this child. for the 9 months or whatever. They have human rights. The time has come for all of us to stand up to the plate. Already, Deputy Chambers has been talking about the vile and horror. We're getting all this. I have it. Even this morning, I have photographs and images that were sent to me and calling me a murderer and everything they can think of under the sun. This is coming from the Christian ethos here in Ireland, who call themselves Christians, who on the one hand call you a murderer and abuse you and then send you alongside of your photograph and the photograph of a feast is the photograph of the Lord Jesus Christ or the Virgin Mary or some saint. And that's what we're facing. It's about time the men in this Parliament stood up for women's rights. The men in this Parliament stood up for their wives and the wives of others, the mothers and the mothers of others, and the daughters, and all over this country. We're relying on you to do it because we don't have enough women in this Parliament that will push this over the line. I would ask you earnestly, please speak to someone who has had to bring the fetus of their child back in a cardboard box or a shoebox back from England after a fatal fetal abnormality, or a woman that was brutalised, her thighs destroyed, her hands broken, her fingernails broken, bitten, and being told, no, you must carry that child, no matter what the consequences are. That's how inhuman this society appears to be and heading towards it. We are relying now on decent, ordinary people in this stall to put morals aside, put religion aside, and think of women that are traumatised. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It was agreed at the Business Committee that the committee slots, following the leader slots yesterday, that the committee slots were solely and exclusively for members of the committee. And then following that, there will be other members. Deputy Martin just spoke in a slot that was a committee slot when other parties had asked, in my case, Sinn Féin asked, and I asked the Business Committee today, could we put other speakers in committee slots? And we were told categorically no. But then Deputy Martin was allowed to speak in a committee slot. And if it wasn't a committee slot, it should have gone from Fianna Fáil to. No, that's absolutely not the case.
I don't want to have an argument with you.
Bernard,
the time is scarce enough.
Bernard,
I want to move on.
Bernard, I want to register the protest.
Okay, you made
right?
your point. I'm going on the list in front of me. Right? Okay? Please. It's too serious a subject No, I'm sorry. Resume your seat, Deputy. Resume your seat. I'm sorry, Deputy. Resume your seat. Resume your seat and allow the Minister to continue.
Please. The Minister's finished.
She hasn't finished. The two ministers are sharing. I'm sorry.
No.
Please resume your seat, Deputy.
Business Committee also, as was Deputy Manager.
Yeah, right, okay.
And there was agreed.
Yeah, I know about
it. And I checked several times today. Any of my colleagues speaking my slot as a committee member, I was told no. Yeah. So why is one rule?
Well, no. As the members presented themselves in the House, they had to be accommodated. And if there was nobody, I'm sorry, deputies. I'm sorry. Minister Helen McEntee to continue. I'm sorry. Listen. There's plenty of time. There's plenty of time for everybody.
It's okay.
Minister Helen McEntee.
Excuse me. The big deal is that we have a system. We go to the Business Committee. We agree. We abide by it. It's like happens here.
That's not the Cathaoirleach sport. That's not the Cathaoirleach.
It's not for here, Deputy. It's not for here. I'm sorry, Deputy. Resume your seat. Well, if you don't resume your seat, all right, okay. You go back to the Business Committee and raise your objection there. I'm sorry, Deputy. You're out of order. You are out of order. You're out of order. There is no point of order. I'm taking the speakers as listed in front of me as agreed by somebody. I'm sorry. Deputy Helen McEntee. Senator Helen. Minister Helen McEntee to continue without interruption.
Thank you very much, Cathaoirleach. Can I first start, Cathaoirleach, by thanking the members of the Citizens' Assembly
to thank Ms Lafoy, who chaired the Citizens' Assembly, and to thank all of those who took the time, who took the effort, who engaged with witnesses, who engaged with evidence, who deliberated on what is an extremely important issue, and for the recommendations that they made following those deliberations. I know that there are some people who felt that the Citizens' Assembly was perhaps a mechanism or a ploy to delay this issue being brought forward, that it was perhaps something that people felt would never come to the conclusion that it did. But to be honest, I think quite the opposite. I think nobody knew what could have come out of that, and I think, if anything, it actually strengthens the case that has been made by so many people in the chamber and people who disagreed with it. So just to thank all those members, can I thank...
Take your time.
Can I thank the members of the Oireachtas All-Party Committee that was chaired by Senator Catherine Noone, who I think did an exemplary job in chairing that committee, to thank all members from across political parties for the work that they did, for the hundreds of hours.
This is ridiculous.
Sorry, just to thank members from the All-Party Oireachtas Committee for the hundreds of hours that they put into that committee through their deliberations, listening to the evidence, listening to those who brought forward medical expertise, but also those of lived experience. And I know it was particularly difficult for many people throughout that committee, but just to thank them for their work and to thank them for the recommendations, and also to thank the many women who for years and years have campaigned on this issue and have been a very strong voice, and whose voice have finally been heard. Personally, I believe that this is probably one of the most important issues that I will have the opportunity to speak about in this chamber, that I will have the opportunity to engage with my colleagues on, and that will hopefully have the opportunity to make a profound difference in so many people's lives throughout my political career, however long or short that might be. And my own personal view and my own personal opinion is that the Eighth Amendment has absolutely no place in the Constitution. My own view is that it should never have been put into the Constitution, and I've listened to a lot of the committees, I've listened to a lot of the legal expertise and knowledge, but we don't even have to listen to legal expertise from here and now. We just have to look at what was said in 1983 by the then Attorney General, Peter Sutherland, who may have had his own personal views and opinions, but he very clearly said at the time, the wording is ambiguous, it is unsatisfactory, it will lead inevitably to confusion and uncertainty. He goes on later on to say that it could be argued that neither a fertilised ovum, a fertilised and implanted ovum, an embryo or even a fetus prior to the time when it is independently viable, that is up to 25 weeks, would come within this definition. Again, he talks about disciplines of medicine, philosophy, theology, all able to arrive at any conclusion, and thus the consequences mean that there could be no constitutional prohibition on abortion prior to this stage in pregnancy. So it's there in 83. This is not constitutional. It should not have been put into the Constitution in the first place, and I believe it needs to be removed. And it's so on those grounds that I absolutely support the recommendations made by the All-Party Oireachtas Committee. I support the recommendations to repeal simpliciter, and I support the recommendations that it should be unlimited up to 12 weeks. My own personal view and opinion, again, and it has been and always will be for what that's worth, is that I should not, nor should any woman, have the right to tell any other woman that she should carry a child for 9 months and give birth to that child. I believe that I should not have the right to tell any woman what she should do with her own body, that I should interfere with a woman's bodily integrity or their right to choose for their own health or for their own personal reasons. And I don't believe that anybody, male or female, has the right to tell me what I should do with my body either. And that is my personal view, it is my belief, and I know that there's many people in this chamber who have that same view and that same belief, and there are people who have a different view and a different belief, and I absolutely respect that. And I think that the debate so far in the chamber, I think it has been respectful of all people's views, and I see no reason why outside of the chamber we cannot continue in that respectful manner. In saying that, while we can debate each other's views and opinions, what we cannot debate and what we cannot deviate from is the reality and is the facts. And I think Minister Harris outlined it perfectly yesterday. He outlined the number of people within each county. But when you look at the figure overall, 170,000 women since the 80s, that's Irish women who have had abortions. That's people's sisters, their mothers, their aunts, their cousins, their friends, who under our law, under our constitution, do not exist, whose rights do not exist. And I don't think that can continue. If we break that down even further, and I know there are different figures again, more conservative figures, but I think if you look at the figures that the committee have come to, that's 4,000 Irish women every year who are travelling abroad with their spouse, with their partner, with their friend, with their family member, and many of them alone for termination, and then coming home. And if something goes wrong, they do not have that proper support. They do not have that medical support to back them up. And I will always remember a story that my sister coming home 2 years ago maybe, and I think she had been in A&E herself, and she had been in a hospital bed, and she had curtains around her. She wasn't in a room, so there was obviously a lot of people either side of her, and she could hear what was happening, and there was obviously a woman in the bed next to her. And she wouldn't explain what was wrong with her. The medical expert or the doctors were trying to find out what had happened. And eventually, after hours and hours, she explained that she had had a termination. Now, that woman was so afraid to say that she had had a termination for fear of what would happen, for fear that the guards would be called, for fear that there would be repercussions, that they wouldn't help her. That cannot be allowed to continue. And similarly, we hear discussions around the abortion pill. Again, figures of anywhere from 1,100 to 1,800 people who are accessing this. It is safe. It's not legal in this country, but it is safe. However, for women where there are difficulties, where there are problems, they have that same difficulty, that they don't want to go to the doctor, they don't want to seek help for fear that they will be reprimanded. So I suppose it leaves us where we are today, and we have to ask the question, what do we do? Do we continue to do what we've done always in this country? And I don't even need to get into the Kerry babies, I think, or any of these other cases, because they have been mentioned, and it's not that they're not important. They're the most important issues that we're dealing with here, but we know what has happened in the past, and we have to ask ourselves, do we allow that to continue? Do we allow ourselves to look the other way? Do we allow ourselves to pretend like those women do not exist? Or do we, for the first time as legislators, actually give women the choice and the opportunity to make that decision that is right for them? And certainly, like so many in this committee or this chamber, I know what I will be doing. I will be voting to repeal, and I will be voting in support of the recommendations. To touch on them very briefly, again, repeal simpliciter, I don't think there is any other way. The Article 40.3.3 does not belong in the Constitution. It needs to be taken out completely, and we need to be able to legislate for it. Secondly, around the unlimited access to 12 weeks, again, the idea that we could legislate for rape or incest or any other kind of issue, again, looking at expertise that came into the committee of Dr David Kenny, saying it would be unworkable. Dr Peter Boylan, no diagnostic test to confirm rape, that we are already disempowering people who are already disempowered, who are traumatised, and many of whom will never come forward and speak about what they have been traumatised by. So I don't think it's something that we can legislate for, given within that time frame. Every woman needs to be given the right to make their own choice, irrespective of what has happened to them. And then finally, the recommendations around sexual education, about, I suppose, making contraceptives more freely available to those who need it. Absolutely, I agree with that, and I think that's something that we need to support wholeheartedly. So again, we have to ask ourselves, do we continue to look the other way? Do we continue to pretend as though abortion is not happening, putting women's lives at risk, and ensuring that they do not have the same rights as every other person in this country? I don't think we can anymore, and I think we have to trust our women to make the right decisions that are right for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I now call on Deputies Sean Crowe, Kathleen Function and Pat Buckley, sharing 20 minutes. Deputy Sean Crowe.
I also want to thank the Joint Committee on the 8th Amendment for all its hard work on this hugely important issue, and for producing what I believe to be a detailed, informative and extremely worthwhile report. I believe that the majority of the members conducted themselves with dignity, compassion and thoughtfulness throughout the hearings, but unfortunately a small minority acted disgracefully in an attempt to undermine the important work of this Oireachtas committee. As chair of our Oireachtas committee, I also want to commend Senator Catherine Noone, who had a difficult job of chairing this particular committee, but who have done, I believe, an extremely good job. And I also want to thank my colleagues, Jonathan O'Brien, Louise O'Reilly and Senator Paul Gavin, who also shared on. I also want to thank the Citizens' Assembly for the work they have carried out on this issue as well. And can I begin by stating that, for the record, that I fully support holding a referendum on repealing the 8th Amendment at the earliest possible date, and I will vote in favour of the repeal bill, when it comes to the Dáil this week, and I will also be actively campaigning in favour of repeal of the referendum. In my opinion, this is a woman's health issue. It's an extremely sensitive, complicated and personal issue, and it should not be in Bunreacht na hÉireann. It is an extremely personal issue, and although there are wide-ranging views in society, and I respect them, but I believe it's time for a referendum. The 8th Amendment was inserted in Bunreacht na hÉireann in 1983, as other speakers have said, and Ireland was a much different place then. But it was in this period that Joanne Hayes was brutalised and wronged by Garda Síochána, and her case reveals the horrific way in which women all over this country were treated by our society at that time. A few months after the referendum, Anne Lovett, a 15-year-old girl from Longford, Granard in Longford, died giving birth beside a grotto in Granard. And again, I still, many decades later, still have that image in my head of that child dying at that grotto. The public was outraged at the death of this young, vulnerable woman, but in death she was forgotten. Compassion and understanding set aside by the state and the church. It will come as no shock. It will come as some shock, I suppose, and probably hard for many people to believe that in this period the state and the Catholic Church were imprisoning women in the Magdalen laundries, 1980s. The 8th Amendment was conceived and debated and inserted into the Constitution in this toxic and repressive moment of our history. I want to commend all the women who fought for and continue to fight for equality and an inclusive and understanding Ireland, a compassionate Ireland. Women of childbearing age now have been born after that last referendum and not been able to vote on this issue, which massively affects their health and their lives. I hope that we all collectively recognise the personal nature of this issue, and the respectful debate that we're having in this chamber is also reflected in the referendum campaign. This is not some abstract or philosophical debate. This is a fundamental human right and a healthcare issue. The 8th Amendment prohibits access to basic medical treatment in any developed society. Professor Malone, Dr. Peter Boylan, Dr. Ronan Mahoney, masters of maternity hospitals in this state, all said at the committee hearings on the 8th Amendment is an impediment to them doing their job. So the X case in particular brought into sharp focus the worst effects of this prohibition, when a child who was pregnant as a result of rape was dragged through the courts by the state to force her to continue with the pregnancy from rape to full term. For me, it highlighted at that time the callous nature of this state and the investigation. I was reared in Rathfarnham, and the Garda station was 100 yards down the road. Garda was involved in that, and again, we remember what that was about. Decades later, we still force victims of rapes who become pregnant to carry a pregnancy to full term. Yet even in the public outcry after the X case, the Oireachtas again failed to give leadership and make the necessary legislative changes that was clearly needed. In 2012, another tragedy rocked Ireland, the death of Savita Halavar. Her avoidable death after she was refused an abortion, even though a miscarriage in her pregnancy was inevitable, I think again was a watershed moment. We have a long and a difficult history of our legislation discriminating against women. We need to end this injustice. Repealing the 8th Amendment will be a major part of this, and I can relate to and understand the public are angry that politicians have stalled, prevaricated and failed to already legislate for holding a referendum. I have no doubt the public are way ahead of politicians on this sensitive issue. And let us not call or try to fool ourselves. Abortion is a reality in Ireland. Abortion pills are available here. They can be ordered online and can be taken by women without any medical supervision. Women can go to England to avail of an abortion, which is an English solution to an Irish problem. That's not any solution. According to the Irish Family Planning Association, between January 1980 and December 2016, at least 170,216 women and girls travelled from this state to access abortion service in another country. The women who are availing of these abortion pills and abortion services in England are not strangers. They are our family, friends, neighbours and fellow citizens. There are women older than and younger than me and the same age as me who have needed abortions, who have been forced to leave Ireland, for them or to have them illegally here. It is wrong, it is an injustice, and it has traumatised women and couples. Yet many women have been shamed for this decision or feel shame for having an abortion. I want to say to any woman who is listening here today and who has had an abortion, do not feel any shame. You've done nothing wrong apart from seeking medical care. You've suffered an injustice, and the only shame is that Ireland, your country, your home, weren't able to receive the appropriate and compassionate health care that you desperately needed and wanted. Sinn Féin's policy accepts the need for abortion to be available for a woman's life or health or mental health is in a serious risk or in danger in the case of rape or sexual abuse. I've heard personal testimony from women who have had to carry a pregnancy with fatal focal abnormality. I cannot understand how any society can be so cruel that women whose pregnancy are affected by this fatal condition are forced to carry their pregnancies to full term. Many women will choose to carry these pregnancies to full term, which is their right, and they should receive all the necessary support to allow them to do that with dignity and compassion. However, many others don't and can't carry these pregnancies to full term, and they should also receive all the necessary support in Ireland, in their country, to allow them to end this pregnancy with dignity and compassion. I think the key issue here is choice. I've always believed it should be a woman's choice. I want to end by saying it's incumbent on all of us to ensure that the referendum on repealing the 8th Amendment is held as soon as legally and physically possible. It's my belief that the referendum should be in May, and the date needs to be ensured that it is inclusive and gives everyone an opportunity to vote. I think it's time to set up this referendum, to have this public statewide debate, to hear from medical experts and from Irish people to decide whether or not to repeal the 8th Amendment. For me, this is about compassion, and it's about either wanting to support or exclude women. I want to show that compassion, and I want to support my sisters and my colleagues and my friends and those people who live near me and those neighbours and those young people and those older people who find themselves that they need to have an abortion. I want to be there by their side, and I think we all need to do that.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. First, I just want to say I genuinely welcome the opportunity to speak on this, and I know we often all start our speeches with a line like that, but it's something that I feel very passionately about, very strongly about, and to me I think it's probably one of the most important issues that we will ever discuss inside this chamber. My colleague Deputy Crowe touched on the history in this country of women and how we have treated women, and in fact if we look at the history of how we treat our women and have treated our children over the years, we unfortunately don't have a good track record. And there's been several apologies in the last number of years, apologies to the Magdalen laundry survivors. We saw the Taoiseach making an apology to Joanne Hayes, and all rightly so. But if we genuinely are sorry about stuff that happened in this country and how we treated women for many years, then let's take this opportunity and let's change the legislation and not just come in here and talk about it and say we're very sorry and it's tragic. Let's actually do something positive, and let's actually show women that we want to stand up for them and that we want to ensure that they have equal rights. I'd also like to thank the Oireachtas Committee members. I think they had a very, very difficult job. I don't know how they did it actually. It was extremely stressful on all of them. And in particular, I suppose I want to thank my own colleagues, Deputy O'Reilly, Deputy O'Brien and Senator Gavin. I strongly feel that the recommendations made in the report of the Oireachtas Committee must be supported, and a referendum must be held to remove the clause from the Constitution. The 8th Amendment affects more than just a woman's choice to terminate a pregnancy in Ireland. It goes much further than that and impacts on the provision of health care for women in pregnancy, as it places restrictions on the treatment doctors may provide. And I think that's something that sometimes gets a little bit lost in the debate, that is about basic health care We would not deny that sort of basic health care, I believe, if we were talking about a group of men. Therefore, why should we be denying it to our women? The ability of doctors to provide the best medical care to pregnant women currently is often hindered by their fear of prosecution, and they should be able to make clinical decisions without facing criminalisation. This criminalisation also impacts on a woman's decision to access medical care following an abortion. It is worth pointing out that this criminalisation has not prohibited women from accessing abortions abroad, and many people have said that, but it will continue to happen. Women will still continue to travel, and they will continue to take very unsafe methods at home as well. A lot of these abortions are unsafe with inadequate access to pre- and post-abortion services when women choose, because they have no other choice, to access abortion pills online. And I can't imagine what that must be like for somebody at home, alone, extremely vulnerable, extremely scared, not knowing what's going to happen, taking these pills that you actually have no idea what's even in them, no medical care beforehand, and absolutely terrified to go to a doctor or a hospital afterwards if you need to. I mean, this is supposed to be modern Ireland we're talking about, and yet these practices actually seem like some sort of torture or some sort of barbaric measures. Crisis pregnancy is not restricted to one particular cohort of women. And when we're dealing with a crisis pregnancy, women need to be treated in an informed, caring and non-judgmental environment, and they need to be given the space and the time and the respect to have that discussion with their partner, with family, with friends, whoever they choose, and with their doctor. And it should be up to them, those women and their doctors, and nobody else. We need to trust our women to make the best decisions based on their individual set of circumstances. We need to ensure our women are in receipt of the best medical care at all times, and I believe that the Constitution is an unsuitable place for limiting or regulating health care for any person in any form. I fully support the recommendations of the committee. I can't wait to campaign in the referendum, and I would call on all colleagues here. One thing that's really struck me today and yesterday is how many people seem to be in agreement in a positive manner on this issue. And I think it's one of the best debates I've ever been witness to anyway in this stall. And I would urge people who feel like that to come out and campaign, and anyone listening and people watching to come out and campaign, because we need to win this referendum. We need to do it for this generation of women, the next generation. We cannot afford to keep letting women down in this country, and we cannot keep coming into this chamber and apologising for these things and crying and saying it's terrible and tragic, and we continue to allow things to happen. So let's stand up for the women of this country and ensure that we repeal the 8th Amendment in the referendum. Garmagad.
Good evening. Pat Buckley.
I suppose let me start first by saying, it's a privilege to stand inside in the chamber here this evening and talk on a very, very sensitive issue, but also an issue that is long overdue. And I suppose the first point I want to raise here, Lascon Curl, is the history of this country when it comes to women's rights. It has been absolutely abysmal and shameful, and I think everybody has a part to play in that. But can I start off by just saying, paying tribute to everybody that actually stood up, and that includes women and men, and who took a stand in 1983. And if anybody wants to know who I was in 1983, well, you can Google it, But on the realist and on the real thing, and I am a realist when it comes to this, and, one of the cases that has struck me over the years, and I have a personal interest in it, is the mother and baby homes. And I mean, the way women were treated, and it's not too long ago, you can hear it in my voice. When a mother wants to hold on to their child and is forced to breastfeed them facing a wall, and that child is ripped from that mother's chest, and it takes them 45 years to find that child. Now, we know who's responsible for this. This is absolutely ludicrous, criminalistic, and damn right shameful in this country. And this is what's so important about this debate, because it's about women's rights, it's about families' rights, it's also about men's rights. We're partners in a lot of these, what we call marriages and so on and so forth. So, I mean, it goes across a broad spectrum. I am very open. I do listen to all sides of the argument. But I'm lucky enough to have a wife. I have a daughter. My mother is still alive. My mother-in-law is still alive. And we spoke about this, and we spoke about it in depth. And luckily enough, as in realism, as we call it, I would hate to see my daughter being in a predicament where the state dictates to me, my wife, my mother-in-law, and says, you cannot do this, knowing that my daughter's life could be in jeopardy. These are the realities of what's happening here in life. And I'm serious, do we actually want to go back to that? Because, my God, it's probably one of the most shameful parts of the history in this state. And I'm appealing to people out there to be realists when it comes to this. You know, this is not about our political careers. It's about doing the right thing. That's what we're elected to do. You know, and I mean, if we were playing on a team and there was a match, obviously, yes, there's opposing sets of fans as well. We can understand that. You know, but this debate is bigger than personal issues. We're setting down a marker here for the future. Let's have a proud history from 2018. You know, let's not go backwards anymore, because I would be absolutely ashamed, disgusted, as an elected representative here. We're in here to do a job, and it's to work on behalf of the people and move things forward. We're supposed to be a progressive society. A word I've listened to, I suppose, over the last number of days in this debate, and even while the committee debates were going on certain sides, was the word shame. Shame shouldn't come into it. It's about education. It's state, again, have left down the people here. We haven't educated our society enough. You know, and it grieves me. I mean, again, it goes back to what I said, education and realism. I've heard many cases, individual cases, and I don't like to take out individual cases of rape and incest and medical conditions. It shouldn't come to that. It's about making the right choices as adults and as human beings. And so far, in 2018, it should be about women having a right to decide what they are able to do with their own bodies. Over the last 12 months or so, being out canvassing has probably been the most topical issue at the door that you're faced with. It's like something that's thrown in your face the first thing when you knock at the door to come out and say, what's your stance on repealing the 8? Well, my answer always been is it has to be repealed. I'm conscious of time here. Before I forget, and certainly it would be remiss of me, is I certainly want to thank everybody who has been involved in all aspects of the committee, and I certainly want to pay a special tribute to my own Sinn Féin colleagues, Senator Paul Gavin, Deputy Louise O'Reilly and Deputy Jonathan O'Brien. I know it's been absolutely strenuous for everybody, but I mean, when you believe in something and you believe in getting it right, you work hard and you do it to the best of your ability. And I want to finish maybe with a quote that probably will possibly open Pandora's box, but I think it's the most inclusive way of, you know, reflecting what has gone on here through the debates over the last number of days and weeks. And it says that people have different reasons for the way they live their lives, but you cannot put everyone's reasons into the same box. You know, and it kind of makes sense that we'll all be judged equally. We're all judged individually, but we'll never all agree on it the same. But I do think, as a personal, you know, on my own personal view, I hope and pray that once this is over and finished with this debate, and it will be the people outside here will actually choose it, not us inside here. And I appeal to the people outside the electorate to do the right thing. So, Gura Míle Mágat, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. I now call on Deputies Mick Barry and Richard Boyd Barrett, who propose to share 20 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes each.
Deputy Richard Boyd Barrett.
Here, look. I have to say, I feel always distinctly uncomfortable when we're discussing these issues in here, because they shouldn't be discussed in here. They should never have been discussed in here, because our considerations, our agonising, our viewpoints, our debates and considerations that are being had, not over our own lives, but over other people's lives, other women's lives. And I don't think we have now or have ever had the right to agonise over the lives and bodies and futures of other people, other women. But that's what's happened. And that's why I still feel uncomfortable, even now. I just want the referendum. And I think that's what people out there want. We just want the referendum. So it will no longer be the case that church, state, politicians or anybody else poke their nose into the private business of women and have the right or are given the right to interfere with the lives, the futures, the bodies, the right to medical treatment for women. Because that is what we have at the moment. And that is what we are still debating. To what extent should the state retain the right to tell women what to do? And that debate, tragically, is not over. Even with the expressions of support for the notion that women should make their own decisions, when you actually look at the details of what we're going to be considering after we repeal the 8th, there's still going to be a debate about up to what point will women have the right to decide their own lives. Will it be 12 weeks? Will it be 22 weeks? Will there be certain conditions where women have the right to decide, but other conditions when they don't have the right to decide? And that at the moment looks like the most likely outcome, even from people who are saying the past was unacceptable, that it was wrong that the church and state should dictate to women, criminalise them, stigmatise them, force them out of the country under a shadow of shame and criminality and stigma. The 170,000 women who've been driven out of this country under those clouds with all the suffering, the hardship, the trauma that they had to endure for those years because certain people believed they had the right to dictate to women about their lives, their futures and their bodies. But even if we repeal the 8th, it is far from clear what the attitude of the people in here who shouldn't have the right to decide, but still tragically do have the right to decide, as to what will be the conditions under which women will be allowed to decide. And our position is very clear and always has been. Only women have the right to decide. Let women decide. Trust women to decide their own lives and their own futures. To decide what health care they can have, what health procedures they can have, whether or not they have children, and to support women in those choices and in those decisions. But it is far from clear that even those who are calling for repeal the 8th now, and that is the first thing we have to do, is get rid of the 8th, and nothing should be allowed to delay that, because of the terrible hardship and suffering and stigma it has imposed on women in this country. But even after that, we'll still be debating, tragically, we will still be debating whether after 12 weeks, maybe women aren't allowed to decide. Because that's, even though it will be a considerable step forward to allow women to decide up to 12 weeks without having to give any reason or explanation, after 12 weeks, it would appear what's being proposed is that we will be allowed to tell women what to do with their lives. We will be allowed to tell them what medical procedures they can have or not have. And to my mind, that's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. We can't say, let women decide, trust women, we've mistreated women in the past, but then say that the big change is they'll only be allowed to decide up to 12 weeks. And then after that, there'll be all sorts of conditions, other people, and laws that will decide whether they have choice or whether they don't have the choice to decide. So it's not an ideological position. It's not some sort of left-wing political position. I think the only morally supportable position is for women to have the right to decide and have access to abortion, if that's what they decide, as soon as possible or as late as necessary. Because anything else is other people telling women what to do. And the shameful and dark history of what that has meant in this country, it's part of an architecture of oppression against women. The flip side of the coin of the 8th is the same logic that informed the Magdalen Laundries, the Bethany Homes, and the persecution by the state of women who chose to have children or who had children, but didn't do so under the conventions or the rules of the Catholic Church, and they were persecuted. And that really enrages me with the hypocrisy of many of those on the so-called pro-life side, that not only have they fought for the right to tell women they have to go through with a pregnancy, regardless of the circumstances of that women or of those women, or the desire or wishes of those women, but also for the women who actually had children. They persecuted them, they imprisoned them, they abused them, they didn't support them, they stigmatised them, single mothers. Or people who had children outside wedlock. It is a truly dark and shameful history, and I believe the only way we can break from that is by saying, let women decide. Only women can decide about their own futures. And indeed, if we want to support women further, we should support women also in the right to have children if they want. And I think this is a very important part of the debate that was had, and to my mind the committee came down on the wrong side on this one, is on the whole issue of social economic grounds. That they were not, even though the Citizens' Assembly accepted that social and economic grounds were a legitimate reason for people not to continue with a pregnancy, the all-party committee didn't agree with that. And I think that is completely wrong. You know, because we live in a society where for many people they don't know whether they'll have a roof over their head. They don't know if they can afford childcare. They don't know, because our society doesn't support them to guarantee them that they won't have to live in poverty. But at the same time, the state wants the right to tell them to go ahead with a pregnancy and have a child, when the same society refuses to provide the supports which will guarantee that that child will have a roof over their head, have proper health care, have all the supports that people need to bring up children. And there's a deep, deep hypocrisy in that. And I really wish those who still believe that they have the right to dictate to women would be seen a bit more active in fighting for the things that would actually support women who choose to have children, as well as respecting the rights of women who, for whatever reason, for economic, financial reasons, for health reasons, for reasons because of the circumstances under which they got pregnant, in the tragic cases of fatal fetal abnormality, who incredibly think they can tell women what they can and can't do and try and force them to continue with pregnancies in those circumstances. It's unconscionable. Frankly, it's unconscionable. So I am glad, at one level, finally we've reached the point where we might get the 8th Amendment out of the Constitution, at least put that dark chapter behind us. But it doesn't end there, and I think everybody here needs to think about that very seriously in the decisions we have to make after the 8th is hopefully repealed. Is, do we really mean it when we say none of us have the right to impose or decide the futures and lives of women? Because if we do mean that, then it means we have no right to impose restrictions, rules and so on, and limits as to when that right can be vindicated and when that right does not exist for women.
Thank you, Deputy McBarry.
Access to safe abortion facilities is a democratic right, a civil right for women and pregnant people. When a woman becomes pregnant, it must be her choice, in consultation with her GP, as to what happens next. It should not be a choice that is made by politicians, by priests, by policemen, or anyone else for that matter. Abortion is a democratic right, a civil right, which was won in Britain 50 years ago, the United States 45 years ago, France 43 years ago. 18 days ago, The bells chimed at midnight. Everyone turned to everyone else and wished them a Happy New Year. 2018. 2018, and women in Ireland are still waiting for abortion rights, still waiting for their democratic rights. Women in Ireland must sometimes wonder, what year is this meant to be? What century are we meant to be living in? Abortion rights are, in fact, an excellent litmus test as to the character of any given society. Invariably, the more reactionary the regime, the more restrictive the abortion rights under it, and the opposite applies too. Therefore, history tells us that abortion was outlawed in the Chile of General Pinochet, but legalised in the Spanish Republic, which did battle with Franco. Abortion in apartheid South Africa was allowed only on the grounds of a threat to the life of the mother. Does that sound familiar? While abortion in post-apartheid South Africa is available on request in a variety of circumstances. It is commonplace now for centre-right politicians and some lazy journalists to refer to the existence of two extremes at either side of this debate. Now, this is nothing new. In their day, the suffragettes were labelled as extreme, as were the women who campaigned for the legalisation of contraception and the right to divorce. A woman who asserts her right to control her own body is not an extremist. She is merely a sane and sensible member of the human race. The only extreme position in this debate is that which is held by those who argue that women should continue to be forced to go abroad, who say that women who take abortion pills must be denied medical help and supervision, and who refuse to close the door on the principle that women, in certain circumstances at least, should be forced to bear children against their will. Now, the Minister for Health gave some interesting information last night, which showed abortion to be a reality which exists in every county in this republic. It is also the case that a majority of people in every corner of this country support change to the abortion laws. Last year's Amnesty International Red C poll found that a majority of people supported abortion on request up to 12 weeks in Dublin, in Leinster, in Munster and in Connacht Ulster. In Connacht Ulster, 53% of people polled supported such a change. Interestingly, this poll showed a high level of support for that change among men. I'm a 54-year-old man myself, and I listen carefully to what friends and people that I would be in touch with, men of my own age, are saying. I think there's been quite a change in recent times, and I detect that a lot of men are taking the attitude, it's a woman's right to choose. What right have I to say anything otherwise, and are supporting change on that basis. Interestingly, Red C and Amnesty found 57% supporting the right to abortion on socio-economic grounds, a proposition, unfortunately, too radical for the Oireachtas Committee. All along the line, Chairman, the people are more radical than the politicians, particularly the Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael politicians, on this issue. After 35 years of the Eighth Amendment, with no woman of childbearing age ever having had the right, no woman of childbearing age today ever having had the right to a say on it, the country is in the mood for change. Meanwhile, however, the Taoiseach prevaricates, an entire tranche of TDs wrestle with their consciences and go into something resembling a state of hiding, and we are told that there may not be a Dáil majority for abortion on request up till 12 weeks. In these circumstances, the movement for change and all of its supporters must remember how change was won in other countries. In the US, legalisation of abortion came in 1973 under a conservative, anti-abortion president, Richard M. Nixon. Nixon was compelled to introduce change in the wake of a historic court ruling, which itself came in the wake of a decade and more of social revolt and grassroots activism. The 60s produced the Black Civil Rights Movement, the anti-Vietnam War movement, and the second wave feminist movement. This movement organised events like the 1970 Women's Strike for Equality, which brought 50,000 men and women onto the streets of America's cities to demand equal pay, free childcare, and abortion on request. In Chicago, the Chicago Women's Liberation Movement launched the Jane Campaign. In a society where 10,000 women died every year in backstreet abortions, the Jane Campaign trained women to provide 11,000 safe abortions themselves in defiance of the law. By the way, at this moment, I'll just break for a moment to salute the activists of ROSA and Women on Web who have followed that example of civil disobedience with their abortion pills campaign in recent years, and which has done so much to put change onto the agenda. Now, it was actions such as these and their impact on public opinion which won abortion rights for women in the US despite a conservative political establishment. Here it is a mass movement and its impact on public opinion which has put the repeal of the anti-abortion laws and the legalisation of abortion rights onto the agenda, despite the conservative nature of this doll. And that movement will learn the lessons from the US and other countries. And rather than step back at this juncture, it will step up to increase the pressure for change. And that is a key message that I want to end on. Everyone who wants change on this issue, every woman, every young person, I say to them, we say to them, now is the time to get organised. If you are in school, talk to your school friends and get them organised. If you're in college, talk to your classmates and get them organised. If you are in a workplace, get organised. Your family, your friends, your neighbours, your community, talk to them one and all and get organised. And demand of the government, demand of the Dáil and demand of the politicians. Number one, that we have a referendum to repeal the 8th and that nothing is inserted in the Constitution that restricts the provision of full abortion rights. And then we will fight and organise to win that referendum. 50% plus 1 is all we need to win the referendum. But let's have a resounding majority, and give the government and the politicians no excuse not to introduce abortion rights when it comes to legislate in the autumn. Number 2, that the date for a May referendum is announced before Valentine's Day with a referendum commission in place. Number 3, demand that there is a copper-fastened guarantee that if the ban is repealed, at minimum, legislation to allow abortion on request up to 12 weeks will be enacted. And last but not least, that the Repressive Protection of Life During Pregnancy Act 213, which criminalises women having abortions with up to 14 years in prison, be scrapped. No more delays. Time for change. Time to get organised. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. I now call on Deputy Moira Sullivan.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to acknowledge all of the correspondence, the emails, the letters, the calls to me, not just from my constituency, but from other places in Ireland and even from outside Ireland, expressing a wide range of views. For repeal, against repeal, pro-choice, pro-life and views in between. And regardless of my own views, I respect all of those views. And I do hope that the debate over the next few months will be respectful and dignified. And I must say, Minister, that your speech last night really set the tone for that dignity and respect, and I hope that it continues. Because certainly we have seen times of a lack of respect and a lack of dignity relating to this matter of abortion. And I do know there are very, very strongly held views. There is intense passion and commitment on all sides. I've listened to a wide range of views and I've tried to be open to all of them. I've listened to women hurt by abortion, women who regretted having an abortion, some who were glad that they didn't go ahead with an abortion, women for whom having an abortion was the right decision for them, and then women who regretted not being able to have an abortion in Ireland. The reality, as we know and as others have pointed out, is that Irish girls and women have had and are having abortions, legally or illegally, using the internet to access medicines or being able to travel to another jurisdiction for an abortion. And of course the irony is that Irish women have the right to travel to have an abortion, but they don't have the right to have that here. And of course, it's those Irish women who can afford this, who have the means and the finance to do so. And of course, that is discriminating against those Irish women and girls who do not have that facility. We've been listening to the figures over the past day or two. So over 3,000 women who travelled in 2015, a further more than 3,000 in 2016. They're the ones who travelled to England and Wales, and we don't know the figures of those who travelled to other jurisdictions. And it was very telling last night when, Minister, you gave the details from each of the counties. And of course what was significant there is that there are women from every part of Ireland who are travelling for that abortion. Or else we have also the figures then of those who are accessing abortion pills online. So both of those groups, whether you travel or whether you use the online facility, you're not getting the medical care here in Ireland. And you're not getting best care, first of all, that group who have to travel, because we know difficulties that can happen on that journey. And then those who access pills over the internet, I have a terrible fear of that, not just in this case, but in all cases of accessing pills, because they're unregulated and there's no medical or supervision of those, and there can be consequences because they are being taken without medical supervision. And then, of course, in both cases, if there are complications, there can be a reluctance to seek medical services here or to seek counselling services here, because there are women who have had abortions, have used the pills, who do feel a stigma. So if I look at the Citizens' Assembly first, we gave them a job to do and they did it. And having been a member of the Constitutional Convention, I know the process. I know the round table discussions, the engagement, the respectful listening to a wide range of views, the time for questions, for discussion, the time to reflect before a vote is taken. And I respect that process because I was part of it on that other occasion. Both Citizens' Assembly and Constitutional Convention, the citizen members were chosen professionally with a balance of age and gender, profession, socio-economic background, so they are a good representation. So I believe that those recommendations have to be taken on board in a referendum and for further legislation. Now, I know 87% recommended not to retain Article 43.3.3, 56% to replace or amend it, and 57% to replace it with a constitutional provision authorising the Oireachtas to legislate to address the issues of termination of pregnancy, rights of the unborn, the rights of pregnant women. The current wording has been causing a lot of difficulty for women, but also for the medical profession. Some of the coverage and the articles in the media last weekend on death of former Attorney General Peter Sutherland highlighted those difficulties and the doubts that he did express at the time of the wording of the referendum. And those doubts were also shared by his successor, and they all related to the unintended legal consequences, the complicated law case situations that we saw, and the medical uncertainty which we know about. Now, we do know that abortions are carried out in Ireland, but the current criminalisation affects the decision-making of doctors and nurses who need to be able to make decisions, clinical or medical, without fear of ending up in prison. And pregnant women do deserve the highest standards in medical care. I did pay particular attention to the views of the medical profession, many of whom have spoken out about how prescriptive and restrictive the current law is and how it has been harmful to women, and also the potential of that 14-year prison sentence hanging over the medical profession. Another group I met and I listened to were those women facing the fatal fetal abnormality pregnancy and their stress and their pain, knowing that their baby had little or no chance of life outside the womb, and of course the additional stress for them, those who made the decision to travel for an abortion. And I also met those women who decided to continue with the pregnancy because they wanted to hold their baby for whatever time that they had, if they had any time. And again, it's both groups deserve the medical care that they need in Ireland. Now, there's a voice that we haven't really been hearing, and that's the role of the father. And I know we're hearing about this as a decision for women and their bodies, but I do think the role of the male has to be taken on board. And I have met and I've heard from fathers who didn't want a termination with their partner, and they were prepared to take on board a baby when that baby was born. And then equally, fathers who wanted a termination, but their partner didn't. So while yes, it is primarily a woman's issue, I do believe there has to be a space for those male voices. I acknowledge the work of the committee, and I also know that there was criticism from some people who felt that there wasn't a thorough investigation of all views. So I believe that a referendum would give the opportunity to all of our citizens to have a say through their voting. We live in a democracy, and the results of the referendum and whatever else follows have to be respected. I want to refer to one of the ancillary recommendations of the committee, and this is the need for education in sexual health and relations, which would include contraception, consent, awareness of one's sexuality would be part of it, also assertiveness and self-esteem, and that comfort for girls and boys also in saying no. And the recommendation is for programmes in our primary and post-primary schools. Now, as a former teacher, I know these programmes. They would have been included in the SPHE programme, but that is very hit and miss. It depends on the school. It depends on the principal and other factors, and it also depends on the teacher, his or her willingness to get involved, on their skills set, and also on them being comfortable in doing this work. And of course that will come from the training of teachers on how to deliver those programmes. Because that class can't be an add-on to fill up a teacher's hours at second level. I think there is a need to consider the role for outside agencies, also for community organisations, to come into schools on these particular programmes. And the work I've been involved in with schools in the constituency on substance misuse, I've also been making the same points in relation to delivering programmes in school. Programmes on intervention and awareness, and there is a need for the community to come in on these for the same reasons that I've given about teachers delivering the sexual education programmes. What we've been seeing from young people is an increase in sexually transmitted illnesses, especially among those who are under the influence of substances, either legal or illegal. And then we also have the numbers of those who are availing of the services of the Rape Crisis Centre, and very sadly those who don't avail of those services. And that's the reality of life. So I really recommend, support that ancillary recommendation. And also the other recommendation, ancillary one, of improved access to reproductive healthcare services, which would include perinatal hospice care. And it is girls and women, I think, from the lower socio-economic groups who lose out badly when it comes to access to that reproductive health care. It's interesting to read about Holland. They have liberal abortion laws, but low abortion rates. And they also have the highest rate of planned pregnancies in the EU. But they also have liberal and extensive education programmes in schools. They have very excellent counselling services for those with crisis pregnancies, and also a comprehensive health care. Now, when we were debating Deputy Claire Daly's bill a few years ago, I said then I wasn't in favour of abortion with no time limits. So I'm glad to see that the recommendations do refer to specific time limits. I was also then in favour, of availability of abortion then for people who are raped. But I have been listening to the committee, and I do accept that it would be unreasonable that there would be included a precondition for the reasons that they gave in the difficulties relating to to rape. Now, I would hope that any girl or woman who has been raped, that they would refer it to the authorities, but we know that that doesn't happen. And we don't want to make situations any more difficult. So I think the decision does have to be made between the girl, the woman and her doctor. And one of the medical quote that really summed it up for me was from Dr. Rona Mahoney, the Master of the National Maternity Hospital, when she said, "What we as doctors require is clinical flexibility in order that women and their doctors can make appropriate decisions in the very difficult circumstances that arise from complications in pregnancy." So, trying to summarise, it would be great. I'd love to live in a country where there were no unplanned pregnancies, where there were no crisis pregnancies, where there were no pregnancies with fatal fetal abnormalities, but that's not the reality. The reality is that Irish girls and women are making the decision to avail of abortion. Here, in a very limited way, but mainly abroad, travelling to another jurisdiction or through accessing pills. And it doesn't make sense having the right to travel for this, but not being able to avail of it here. Ireland can't leave it to the NHS and private clinics in England and Wales and other jurisdictions to help Irish women who make that decision to have an abortion. Because this has been so divisive and so difficult over the years, there's a part of me that thinks a moratorium on further discussion and debate could be positive. It's, in a sense, so much has been said, but I do think that the public need access to the information that the committee had. I know that the moratorium is not going to happen, but I do think what's needed is to get on with the referendum, to put the recommendations to the people, because they were the ones who decide, and that we need to pursue as soon as possible. I've listened to people saying about having the referendum in May and the various reasons for that, and I agree with them, but I think that should apply to all referenda so that we can encourage those younger voters who do take off for summer months to work abroad and whatever, that they can vote in all the referenda that we hold in this country. Minister, last night you said that it was a lonely and scary place for those girls and women facing crisis pregnancies, who make the decision to travel for an abortion or who access abortion pills. Well, it's also scary and lonely for those who continue with an unplanned or an unwanted pregnancy. And it's also lonely and scary, particularly for young teenagers who become pregnant. And all of those people deserve the best medical care in Ireland and the space to make the decision that's best for them, with their doctor, in a calm, non-judgmental atmosphere and not under undue pressure to make decisions that they are not comfortable with. And then finally, the terms pro-choice and pro-life, I don't think they're really helpful, because I think all of us are pro-life. We all value life, but we are also all in favour of being able to make choices and to make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. I now call on Deputy Marcella Corcoran-Kennedy and Minister of State John Paul Phelan, who I understand are sharing. 20 minutes.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Cathaoirleach. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this really important report here today. Though I must be honest and say that I would prefer if I didn't have to think about repealing the 8th Amendment of the Constitution, because I would prefer if it hadn't been amended in the first place. I'd prefer if there was no need for abortion. I'd prefer if all pregnancies were carried to full term without complications, without the devastating news of fatal fetal abnormality. I'd prefer if people used contraception all the time if they didn't want to become parents. I'd prefer if girls and women weren't raped. I'd prefer if there was no victims of incest. I could go on. But no matter what I would prefer, the reality is that abortion is happening in our country every day, both legally for medical reasons, but more worryingly, illegally. The reality is that there's nothing new in unintended pregnancies. Our history of dealing with unintended pregnancies by putting girls and women into Magdalen laundries, mother and baby homes, industrial schools, county homes and other residential institutions are appalling testimony to that. In the 1980s, we had the Kerry babies tragedy and the persecution of Joanne Hayes. We had the tragic death of Anne Lovett, a 15-year-old girl who died as a result of a secret birth. Her baby son died too. The 1990s brought the X case, a pregnancy as the result of a rape of a 14-year-old girl. We've had the C case, the Miss D, ABC versus Ireland. In 2012, we had the needless death of Savita Halappanavar as a result of a septic miscarriage. We've had evidence of women being kept alive against family wishes. Many wanted pregnancies ended in unnecessary symphysiotomies in the 50s, 60s and 70s and were carried out on women instead of caesarean sections. And furthermore, for decades, women were considered unclean after delivering their babies and were required to be churched by lying prostrate on the altar of their local church after birth. Our track record and how our society treated our pregnant women is shameful, and it is long past time that we address this situation. The reality is that Irish women are travelling abroad for abortion every day and taking abortion pills in their own home in every county in this country every day, because the harsh reality is that there are women and couples for whom abortion is the only option. We know that criminal laws do not deter women from seeking abortion. So where does that leave me, a legislator, a lawmaker? I have followed this debate carefully for many years and most recently both heard and read the evidence provided to the Citizens' Assembly and the Joint Committee hearings. I've reflected that if I'd had an unintended pregnancy, what would I have done? I don't really have that answer because I've never been faced with making that decision. I'd like to think that I wouldn't have made a decision to travel for an abortion. Personally, I never really thought I'd want to have an abortion. So the question for me is, do I have the right to impose that view on other women, their partners and husbands? As a legislator, I'm expected to make decisions, and this is the most difficult subject that I am charged with making a hard decision. What do I do after I consider the medical and legal evidence carefully? Do I support the committee recommendation? Do I agree to give the people an opportunity to make a decision to repeal the 8th Amendment? And if I do, what does the Oireachtas legislate for if the referendum is carried? The easy option for me as a politician would be to sit on the fence and say nothing. However, I have to ask myself, what would that say about me as a lawmaker? If I say nothing publicly or if I disagree with the committee recommendations, does that mean that I am happy to let the status quo continue? Where, as a society, we will continue to allow illegal and dangerous abortion to be carried out every day in every county in Ireland, and we will continue to force our women, our daughters, our sisters, our nieces, our wives, our girlfriends to travel out of this country to access abortion, where women are prepared to put themselves at risk of prosecution by buying abortion pills online, having made the agonising decision to do so, not to mention putting their lives at risk, as the abortion pills purchased online are unregulated, where they often undergo the experience alone, telling no one. Do I really want this unsafe approach to women's healthcare to continue to be the norm in Ireland? I can only imagine the trauma of a woman having taken abortion pills. Having suffered a miscarriage myself, I know of the physical and the mental pain of that loss. We now know that many of these women are excluded from our healthcare system because of their fear of prosecution if they go to their doctor. Some political parties have been given conscience votes on this matter. I must ask myself as a lawmaker, would my conscience be clear if I stayed quiet on the findings of this report, or even voted against the legislation to have a referendum? When we hear Minister Harris quote the figures of women from each county who we know have had abortions abroad, as legislators, we must accept that continuing to export our problem is not acceptable. We also know that there are many more women that we don't know about, but we do know that in 2016, 3,265 Irish women travelled to the UK alone, and we know that Irish women travel to other countries such as the Netherlands as well. More than half of the women who travelled were married, in civil partnerships or in a relationship, while 85% of them were between 3 and 12 weeks pregnant. It is estimated that at least 170,000 Irish women have travelled to other countries for abortions since 1980. It is now 2018, and I want all our women to have equal access to the healthcare they need in all circumstances, but most particularly at the most vulnerable time of an unintended pregnancy. Furthermore, our healthcare providers deserve certainty in their day-to-day care of women who need their services and to be able to deliver them without fear of prosecution. At this point, I think it is appropriate to highlight that there is a non-judgmental source of factual information available to our citizens. Positive Options is funded by the HSE Crisis Pregnancy Programme, and it encourages women, their partners and families to avail of a state-funded counsellor for free, trustworthy and non-judgmental counselling at over 50 centres nationwide. So despite my personal feelings on abortion and having considered the evidence, most particularly the medical evidence and the lived experiences of those who gave evidence, I accept the finding of the report of the Joint Committee, which is more conservative than the Citizens' Assembly, to hold a referendum to repeal the 8th Amendment. Women's healthcare should have no place in our Constitution. Her health care should be a matter for herself and her doctor. If it is repealed, it will mean that women will have more time to consider their decision. They'll also benefit from non-health considerations, for example, travel restrictions and financial concerns. Women will receive follow-up care, including contraceptive advice and provision in a timely manner. And as in other countries, terminations would take place earlier in the gestation cycle, which would avoid surgical rather than medical termination. Evidence provided at the committee illustrates that where abortion is legalised, that the termination rate comes down. Furthermore, in countries where abortion is banned, the rate of women dying remains high. I do have some difficulty with the 12 weeks gestation timeframe. However, the proviso that it will be availed of through a GP-led service in a clinical context does provide me with some reassurance. An important aspect of the report is in relation to the ancillary services which arose from the recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly in relation to decriminalisation, better availability of contraception, an overhaul of sex education and better counselling and obstetrical care, all of which I support and of which I think we need to discuss in more detail. I hope that we will have a calm and respectful debate in this matter and that we as legislators lead by example. Furthermore, I would sincerely ask those who wish to contribute to the debate to read the report in advance. It is not a large report, but it sets out clearly the rationale of the committee members in making the recommendations. I hope we will have a referendum as soon as possible and that we will have a good turnout. I hope that the women of the country and the men who love them will vote to repeal Simpliciter so that they can enjoy full and equal access to the healthcare in their own country when they need it, because that's what I intend to do. And finally, I would like to thank the committee chair, Senator Catherine Noone, and the members of the Joint Committee who undertook the work of examining the first report and recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly, chaired by Justice Mary Laffoy. Both groups have considered the evidence around this complex and emotive issue with careful consideration and thoughtful deliberation, and I want to acknowledge and thank them for this work. Many women and advocates, including those who have lived through the experience, have campaigned long and hard on this issue, and I want to thank them also.
Thank you, Deputy. Mr. John Paul Phelan.
I welcome the opportunity to contribute. I agree with the previous speaker, Deputy Corcoran Kennedy, that it's important, I think, to place one's position on the record on these particular issues, on any issue. But as the issue of abortion has been the most dominant political one of my life, I think it's more important than ever that members would take the opportunity. Most of the debate I've heard, with very little exception, it's been worth hearing. And I too, at the start, want to acknowledge the efforts of yourself, as I'd say nearly the father of the Dáil at this stage, and others who sat on the committee and took part in the hearings and heard evidence from witnesses over a number of weeks. It's often a thankless job, but I think that it was a worthwhile one. It's also, I suppose, worth pointing out that when we discuss the findings of the committee, we should also recognise I was a child of the 1980s and I have a vague recollection of the referendum that took place in the early 1980s. Peter Sutherland has been referred to. His recognition at that stage that the conflict of rights that was proposed in the 8th Amendment between the mother and the unborn child could lead to a situation, which it did ultimately and had to, as was the case in the X case. And the legislative reaction that this Oireachtas belatedly took a few years ago in relation to the protection of life during pregnancy bill. That was a difficult time, and as a man I'm conscious that I will never find myself in the position of having to or being asked to carry a crisis pregnancy. But I do agree with Maureen O'Sullivan and other previous speakers that it is more than just a women's health issue. However, it can only be acknowledged that first and foremost it does affect mothers. I'll never forget what Deputy Marcella Corcoran Kennedy referred to, the practice of churching, when my mother explained it to me for the first time. And my mother is somebody who goes to Mass every day of the week that there is Mass. But she was shamed, I would say, by that practice which was carried on in her name and in the names of so many Catholics across this country for so long. Thankfully, it doesn't happen anymore. I was fortunate as a child in the 1980s to grow up in a safe, loving and encouraging family and community in South County Kilkenny. I often laugh when I think back to my father's siblings who are gone. If they could see me here in the Oireachtas now, I didn't come from a political background, but I did come from one that was steeped in current affairs and the events of the 1980s. They were a strange time. Ireland was struggling to reimagine itself and look towards a more liberal future. But still in the 1980s, so much of our society was controlled by the church, and so much of our attitudes of the general public were controlled by what they were preached at over the weekend. I have a vague recollection as a young fellow of the Kerry babies scandal. I can remember the RTE news coverage, which became very kind of measured after a while, when I suppose they were conscious of the fact that maybe there were younger ears listening. But it was also couched in a language that made it kind of seem acceptable. And it can never be acceptable. And also the dreadful case, as a young fellow, I remember seeing that statue of the Virgin Mary in Granard and what happened to that young woman. I never look back on the old days and think that Ireland was this super place in which to live. But I was fortunate because I grew up in that background where I had that secure family basis for growing up. I want to spell out clearly what my issues are with the report of the committee. I cannot ever support the conscious, purposeful destruction of a viable pregnancy. I have no problem and had no problem, contrary to a lot of media speculation at the time, in supporting the Protection of Life During Pregnancy Bill. I have no problem with amending our Constitution and our laws to allow and to place on an equal footing the health as well as the life of a mother. I have no problem about placing a choice in the hands of parents who have a child, carrying a child that won't live, that they would have that opportunity to exercise a choice that they'd rather not have. But equally, I cannot, as a legislator or as anything else, support any legislation inside this House or outside of it which would see the purposeful destruction of a viable pregnancy. I do, and it doesn't come from, we're all products of the background in which we grew up. I'm not a particularly Catholic person. Despite my name, I'm the ultimate a la carte version. But I do believe in a society based on rights. And I do believe, while I acknowledge what Deputy Corcoran Kennedy spoke about, the Constitution not being the place to discuss or to cover issues of women's health. She's perfectly right about that. But it is the right place to cover issues of the right to live, the right to exist. All other rights are secondary to the right to be in the very first place. I also don't understand the argument from the extreme position of some of the pro-choice advocates, and I acknowledge there's extreme positions on all sides. I find myself, I think, in the middle with the vast majority of the general public. But I cannot understand how it is deemed that a newborn child, born 5 minutes ago, has full rights, but that child, a couple of hours previously, which hasn't been born, doesn't have full rights, or a couple of weeks previously that it wouldn't have full rights. Now, I'm not have the wisdom of Solomon. I don't know when life begins, and I certainly don't believe that a fertilised egg is a human being. But I do believe that the proposition from the committee that abortion be available up to 12 weeks, not only do I believe it's unacceptable, but I think there's quite a considerable chance that if it's put to the general public, it would be defeated. And anyone who doesn't talk to the general public very often. I do my own vox pop every day. We all probably do. Every day we go outside the door. And the issue, just as the issue for the Protection of Life During Pregnancy Bill was the conflict of rights between the mother and the unborn child, the issue that I hear now is this 12-week proposal. It has settled into the public mind, and I believe that there's a significant majority of people who legitimately hold views that they won't support that. However, I do believe that the people have the right to vote in their constitution, what should be in it and what shouldn't be in it. I think it's, find myself in partial agreement at least, also again with Deputy Corcoran Kennedy in relation to whether this should ever have been in the constitution or not. I can only vaguely remember those debates and when they happened, and the terrible politicking that went on at the time, which I read about afterwards. But I'm also conscious, Count Corla, of a very good friend of mine who was the product of a sexual assault, a rape. A most heinous crime that could be committed against any woman or man in many respects. But I couldn't really look him in the face and say that, you know, the world would be better if you didn't exist. Now, whether his mother or a woman who finds herself in that position should have the right to a termination, it's probably something I'm not qualified to discuss. But I'm conscious when I hear it being debated of him every time. He's a very successful person in his own, but even if he wasn't, even if he was, as my mother would say, sweeping the streets, it wouldn't matter. I believe firmly that the Irish people want provisions, whether it's in the Constitution or in the law, that allow mothers and their medical advisors, doctors, practitioners, to be able to make decisions that they have to make, particularly in those emergency situations, some of which have resulted in such high-profile cases in the last number of years. But equally, I believe that a significant number of people do have a problem with introducing in our law a provision that would allow the destruction of a viable pregnancy. And I don't think that will change. I hope that the debate, both here and outside, remains as civilised, but I fear from past experience that it won't be. I'll finish with my anecdote of the Protection of Life During Pregnancy Bill. Despite water charges and property taxes and everything, I had to put security on my office because of the Protection of Life During Pregnancy Bill. Thomas, John and Kilkenny, two elderly men came in quoting the Bible at me, and I sat them down and we had a long discussion about what was being considered by that particular piece of legislation. And I put the question to them, what about, you know, a woman's life under threat, imminent threat, and she has 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 or 1 or no child at home. You know, how do you measure that conflict, or how do you adjudicate that particular conflict? And I was struck by the fact that one of the men said, yes, in such cases there should be, as was legislated for in the Protection of Life During Pregnancy Bill, the capability to make that decision by a doctor. But I was also struck by the other fella who more or less said that she should be allowed to die. And they had an open row between them in my office. So the 39 years of my life, this has been the most contentious issue the country has faced, and it will be contentious again, but I hope that there will be a civilised discussion. But equally, I believe that we should, I suppose we shouldn't come in with we shouldn't be prepared not to listen to the other reasoned sides of arguments. And I intend on doing that over the next few weeks and months, and I hope that other members will do too.
Thank you. Deputy Jim O'Callaghan, please.
Giving Deputy Scanlon 5 of my minutes, obviously at the end. Can I start, Count Corla, by welcoming the report of the committee. I want to thank the members of the committee for the work that they did on this matter. It was a difficult task. They devoted a lot of time to the project in terms of hearing from witnesses. They produced a report that is very decisive in terms of what it recommends. And I just think all individuals of that committee at the outset deserve to be commended for the time and effort they gave to it. I think it is also important to say that, you know, I'm speaking here as a Fianna Fáil TD. I don't speak on behalf of Fianna Fáil. Here today I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I think it is important that every member of Dáil Éireann should let the public know what is their general intention in respect of the legislation which we know is going to come before the House on the referendum bill, how they intend to vote, and subsequently how they intend to vote in any referendum if the referendum bill is passed by the Oireachtas. notwithstanding the fact that each of us in this House have a constitutional right to the secrecy of the ballot when it comes to a referendum, just in my situation, I'm going to let the public know how I intend to vote on the referendum bill and how I intend to vote on the referendum afterwards. And I don't say that every person in the House is required to do it in respect of the second matter, but I do think TDs should make the public aware of how they intend to vote in the referendum bill. Can I start by saying that I haven't been a member of the House for 2 years even yet. I've only been a member for around 23 months. And of all the issues that have come before the House, this is the one, being frank with you, that has affected me most. And I tried to think, why does it affect me? And the reason why it is because it means so much to many people. And no matter what side of the debate people are on, I've just noticed, and through my engagement with people, it really means a lot to people. And that's why it is such an important issue. I think what we need to recognise as well is that we are different from the rest of the country because we are legislators. We make the law, and we make the law in two ways. First of all, we make the law by passing legislation which comes before this House and the Seanad every day of the week. Secondly, we make the law and change the law as a result of giving the people the opportunity to deal with the Constitution. President De Valera put into the Constitution the fact that it could be amended through vote of the people. And I think that is the second method by which we amend the law. So in any debate like this, even though it's a very emotional debate, I think it's important that we understand what is the law at present in Ireland in respect of abortion. At present in Ireland, the law is very clear. Abortion is legal in Ireland in one very limited circumstance. That is when there is a substantial risk to the life of the mother. That derives from Article 43(3) of the Constitution, and it's given statutory effect by the Protection of Life During Pregnancy Act that was introduced a number of years ago. In my opinion, the law in Ireland at present is too restrictive. In my opinion, the law in Ireland at present does a disservice to Irish women. And in my opinion, I believe that the law in Ireland should be changed. And I want to just explain to people why I have come to the view that the law in Ireland is too restrictive. What led me to come to that opinion that it is too restrictive and it needs to be changed? And I'll give you 3 reasons, and I tried to think about it myself, as to why I believe the law is too restrictive. The first is that every year in Ireland, some unfortunate women who are pregnant are told by their physician that the child which they are carrying cannot live outside of the womb. Now, I know people sometimes complain about the terminology that is used, but pregnancies such as that occur every year, and women are given that diagnosis every year. It is an appalling situation for any woman, indeed any couple, to find themselves in. I believe that it is cruel of the state to force a woman in that circumstance to have to leave the country if it is the case that she wants to have a termination. Fortunately, I've never been in a position like that, and I shudder to think how awful it must be for any young woman who's told she's pregnant and is looking forward to the birth of her child. But it is perfectly, in my opinion, rational for her to determine, if she does, that I do not want to proceed with this pregnancy. I can't cope with it. I think it is cruel if the state forces her to go through with it. I think it is cruel of the state if it turns around and says to her, you have to go away to another country to have a termination in respect of that. I think the state should be seen by the public as playing the role of a loving and responsible parent. And I think in a situation like that, a loving and responsible parent, if the person said that they needed and couldn't go through with the pregnancy, would facilitate that termination. The second reason why I've come to the view is that it's too restrictive is that women in Ireland are the victims of sexual abuse and rape. Each year in Ireland, women are raped. Unfortunately, women in Ireland become pregnant through rape, and they become pregnant through incest. If I was a woman and that happened to me, I believe I should have a right to have a termination in this country. I know there is a strong argument, an unanswerable argument that, well, in fact, the child is blameless and faultless the child that is in the womb. Notwithstanding that, any woman who was close to me, if they were raped, and if they became pregnant, and if they said that they wanted to terminate the pregnancy, I would respect that. I would facilitate that. I would help that woman to do that. And it is hypocritical, in my opinion, that that woman would be forced to go outside of the country to have it. And I think that's the second reason as to why I think it should be permitted. Third reason is that under the Constitution there is an equality of treatment between the mother and the unborn child. My view is that that relationship, the equality of that relationship, needs to be balanced more in favour of the mother. I believe if there is a significant risk to the health of the mother, as opposed to the mother's life, that woman, with her physician, if it is the case that the physician says it's recommended to have a termination in order to protect her health, I believe she should be entitled to have it. So they are the views that I have as to why I believe the law in Ireland at present is too restrictive. I believe because it's too restrictive that it should be changed. I know that there are other views in respect of this, and I fully respect them. But if I want to see the law changed, I have to recognise that it can't be changed with the 8th Amendment continuing to remain in the Constitution. Let us be clear, those circumstances that I've outlined cannot be dealt with if the 8th Amendment remains. And it is for that reason that I believe the 8th Amendment should be removed or amended to ensure that the circumstances that I've outlined can be dealt with in our legislation. The constitutional protection that is contained within Article 43(3) prevents any statutory law being enacted beyond that which has been there at present. The Constitution contains within it this monolith that is the right to life of the unborn. And the only thing that can stand in its way is the right to life of the mother. That is an unusual situation for conflicting constitutional rights where I believe, and I know some people don't view it as black and white, where I believe there are issues which are grey. And if you look, for instance, at another constitutional right that's in the Constitution, freedom of expression, it's not an absolute right. It's also limited by the requirements of public order. It's limited by the constitutional right people have to their good name. And because there are conflicting measures between it there, this House can pass legislation reflecting those rights, but at the same time setting out what the limitations are. That can't be done with the 8th Amendment continuing to remain in the Constitution. All that we can do is state that a termination can take place if there is a real and substantial risk to the life of the mother. That, as I stated, is too restrictive. Because I believe it is too restrictive, I think the law should be changed. For that reason, I will vote in favour of the referendum bill which comes before this House and which seeks a constitutional amendment to delete or amend the 8th Amendment. Subsequently, when there is a referendum, I will vote in favour of the proposal to amend or delete the constitutional provision. I think it's important that we now consider the issue which has arisen in recent times as to whether there should be a repeal of the 8th Amendment or an amendment of the 8th Amendment. Can I say at the outset, I don't envy the task of the Attorney General, who's a very fine lawyer, in terms of advising the government in respect to this matter. But can we be clear on one thing? There is no avenue that we can take that is going to eradicate legal risk. There is no avenue that we can go down which we will be able to assure ourselves will not result in a legal challenge. But let us also recognise that the status quo has given rise to legal challenges, successful legal challenges, and if the status quo remains, it will continue to give rise to legal challenges into the future. I think what we need to recognise is that no matter what happens, if it is repealed or amended, the likelihood is that there will be a legal challenge. And the legal challenge will be to the effect as to whether or not the personal rights contained in Article 40 of the Constitution provide for rights for the unborn. It'll seek to suggest that the unenumerated rights in the Constitution, perhaps the right of bodily integrity, includes rights which can be conferred on the unborn. You know, we can't get away from the fact that there may be legal challenge, but that's not the reason for us not to proceed down the route of deleting the 8th Amendment. The other proposal that has been put forward is that it should be amended. I would be slightly concerned about the proposal to amend the Constitution to provide that the issue, this one issue, should be the exclusive preserve of the Oireachtas. We need to remember that the courts are the protectors of the fundamental rights of the Irish citizen. It's one of the great achievements of the Constitution that the courts are there to play a supervisory role in respect of legislation that is introduced by this House. So for that reason, I would be loath to have a situation develop where the courts would have no supervisory role in respect of a fundamental right that is referred to in the Constitution. Second, we need to recognise that, just if we put into the Constitution that the law in respect of this issue shall be the exclusive preserve of the Oireachtas, we need to recognise that the Oireachtas can change. We could have a situation in 100 years from now where we have an Oireachtas that may be much more extreme on this issue than is the case now. So just because it gives the exclusive preserve to the Oireachtas doesn't mean that the rights of the individual are going to be protected. And I think we need to also recognise that when cases come before the courts, they come in a complicated way. You're not just going to have a case that comes before the court to deal exclusively with whether or not there are unenumerated rights in the Constitution for the unborn, or whether the personal rights still subsist in respect of the unborn. It's going to be much more complicated than that. You'll have cases which involve the invocation of the rights of the family under the Constitution and other provisions in the Constitution. So the idea that a court would be precluded from dealing with one issue in a complicated scenario is something that I would not support. So I think what we need to, my recommendation, what I believe should happen, is that there should be a referendum bill brought before the House seeking to delete the 8th Amendment. The courts do not live in a separate parallel universe. The courts will have to interpret the fact that the right was put in 1983. If the referendum is voted in favour of, the courts will recognise that the Irish people made a decision to take it out. People then ask, well, what happens after that? If it is the case that the Irish people, and it is important, I think, that we give them their say in this, if it is the case that the Irish people agree to delete Article 43(3) from the Constitution, well, what then happens? Well, what happens then is that the law remains as set out in the statute, the Protection of Life During a Pregnancy Act, and the Oireachtas will then have an ability to pass laws to deal with this scenario. I think we need to be straight with the Irish people, though. No one can give an assurance as to the type of legislation that will come afterwards. The government does not have a majority in the Dáil. It's hard to assess what is the likely outcome in respect of such legislation when it comes before the Dáil. But can I just conclude by stating, we can't give a definitive answer as to what is going to happen, but it is my strong view, and it's a view I have reflected on, I've considered it carefully. I'm very conscious of my responsibility here. I'm very conscious of the role I have as a legislator, as a person who can facilitate a referendum. It is my belief that the 8th Amendment has not been of service to the women of Ireland. It is my belief that the 8th Amendment, as my leader said earlier on today, has not prevented abortion in Ireland. I respect the views of other people, but it is my view, and I will be supporting a referendum to delete the 8th Amendment, and I will be voting in favour of its removal, and it will then come to the Oireachtas, where we will have to consider, and the Oireachtas will decide what law will come into place after that. Thank you.
Scanlon. And Cancorla, as politicians, we have the job of making decisions on behalf of the electorate on all sorts of important issues. But the questions that come before us are rarely as challenging, as profound and as troubling as the issue of abortion. What will be decided in our country in the coming months will have huge implications for our society for a long time into the future. Thousands and thousands of people will be personally affected, their life, their welfare, their happiness, by what is decided. I must try to speak for the needs of the community I represent and for the good of my society. But as a father and grandfather, I must find my voice because, in the end, this is about promoting people's happiness and well-being. It is by considering the happiness and well-being of our loved ones that we can perhaps do our best. My love for my family is unconditional. My love for my daughters is unconditional. I hope I would be there for them in any situation that they would ever find themselves. And when it comes to crisis pregnancy, that is how any father or mother would feel. We want to be there for our children. I know that I would love and support my daughters, no matter what happened to them, no matter what they ever decided. So when politicians recite all the relationships we have with women who have made the tragic journey for abortion, I know that what they mean, our daughters, our sisters, our nieces, our friends. But as a father, I feel that the best way I could properly love and support my daughter or any other relation or friend in crisis pregnancy is if I also supported the little child that he or she was carrying, It is possible that we could want to reach out and care for the welfare of pregnant, perhaps a frightened girl or woman, without also caring for the baby, which depends on her decision. That's why I found Minister Harris's speech to be challenging but also sadly lacking in empathy. It is a tragedy that any woman goes abroad for abortion. It is even more tragic when they go for abortion without getting the practical gesture of friendship or support that might have led them to make a different decision. While Minister Harris is right to remember county by county the women who have made the lonely journey, it is wrong of him to dismiss from his memory, county by county, the women who regret ending their pregnancies and the children who did not come back and the damage that it did to many of those women. It is also wrong that the Joint Oireachtas Committee and now the Government have failed to acknowledge the obvious, namely that thousands of lives appear to have been saved by the 8th Amendment. If Britain allows abortion and 1 in 5 pregnancies, they result in abortion, and if Ireland which excludes abortion, has 1 in 19 pregnancies, about a quarter of that rate ending in abortion, what does that tell us? What is the reason for this difference, if not the difference in our laws? Do all these lives that may have been saved, not matter to politicians? It is because they are already born themselves and they don't seem to think it makes a difference whether we have a lot of abortions or relatively few. I am a Democrat, and in general I believe it is a good thing that significant decisions are referred to the people. And yet I am troubled by the proposal to ask the people to repeal the 8th Amendment. Because, let's be honest, the majority of politicians here are encouraging people to repeal the 8th Amendment, and we still do not know what will replace it. In 1983, the Irish people voted to recognise the rights of unborn babies and their mothers. It was a resounding victory for human rights. Should we now ask them to exclude some members of our society from the enjoyment of human rights? Is that a just or responsible question to ask? I wonder, are we losing our humanity here? There is another problem by asking the people to repeal the 8th Amendment, that the political class is saying, trust us, give us complete power to decide in the future how much abortion and when and how. But are we, as the political class, to be completely trusted on this? I hear a lot of talk from politicians who say they have moved on this issue, but it is noteworthy that they seem to have moved in only one direction, and that direction, coincidentally, perhaps will make them popular with some of the media.
Thank you, Deputy.
It also, nearly finished. It also seems that many of us have failed to listen to the stories of people who have faced challenging pregnancies, or for families of children with disabilities who have felt pressure to abort children and are now glad they did not. So in conclusion, Cancorla, I just want to say I understand everybody in this House has a right to be here. They're put here by the people. They're a right to express their concerns and their views, and I respect theirs, and I'd expect everybody else to respect mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Scanlon. Deputy Alan Farrell, please.
Thank you, Corda. I would like to start my contribution like like so many others before me, in commending the work of the Eighth Amendment Committee, and in particular its chairwoman, Senator Catherine Noone, and of course the work of the Citizens' Assembly, who continue their deliberations on our Constitution and matters surrounding it. I think they are all to be commended. In particular, the members of the Eighth Amendment Committee who found it difficult, because I certainly appreciate the difficult conversation and evidence that was heard. Their deliberations, however, have been repeatedly labelled as biased, Ceann Comhairle, and I do not agree with that sentiment, because medical, medical practitioners' evidence from their experience and indeed legal opinion isn't bias. Quality, in my opinion, will repeatedly beat quantity. And I think it is a disrespectful argument to suggest otherwise. But I would like to thank each member for your time and effort spent debating this matter on behalf of all members of both houses of the Oireachtas. Due to space constraints that have been referenced on a number of occasions in regards to the media and public gallery in the committee room, I was not able to attend, but I did watch with great interest when my diary allowed, and I must record, I suppose, my own regret at having declined the invitation to participate in that committee. I think it was a mistake in hindsight, but at the same time, I think the members did a tremendous job. At that time, like many members of the House, and indeed colleagues in my own party, I was torn between head and heart in terms of the Eighth Amendment and a potential election referendum. But I do want to take an opportunity, Ceann Comhairle, just to read again, I know some of my colleagues have done so already, but the opinion of the Attorney General in 1983, Peter Sutherland, who passed away very recently. And he said in part, far from providing the protection and certainty which is sought by many of those who have advocated its adoption, it will have the contrary effect. In particular, it is not clear as to what life is being protected, as to whether the unborn is protected from the moment of fertilisation or alternatively is left unprotected until an independently viable human being exists at 25 to 28 weeks. Further, having regard to the equal rights of the unborn and the mother, a doctor faced with the dilemma of saving the life of the mother, knowing that to do so will terminate the life of the unborn, will be compelled by the wording to conclude that he can do nothing. Whatever his intention, he will have to show equal regard for both lives, and this, his predominant intent, will be a factor. In these circumstances, I cannot approve the wording of the proposal. In the event, and later quotation, in the event that the Supreme Court is called upon to construe the proposal, it could come to a number of different conclusions as to the definition of the class to which is afforded protection. And of course, Ceann Comhairle, we know that the Supreme Court, a number of years later, pierced the Eighth Amendment of the Constitution. Thus was the flaw within it. The Citizens' Assembly and the Oireachtas Committee have studied a great deal and recognise that it will be almost impossible for us to insert into the Constitution a provision for which indeed has been indicated consistently in polling that would be acceptable to many in this state, namely rape, incest and fatal fetal abnormalities. However, it is very clear from their deliberations that it would not be feasible for us to insert that, because consultants, including the masters of both our maternity hospitals, have told us the complexity of health conditions would make it equally impossible for the medical practitioners in the performance of their duties, with one eye on the Constitution and perhaps one eye on regulation, should we insert a clause into the Constitution to allow for those three particular instances. And it is clear from both reports that the Eighth Amendment has no place in our Constitution. And you know, I recently was reading the letters page in the Irish Times, and I read a letter from a constituent of mine, whom I have met on a couple of occasions. And it struck me because the person is in his late 80s. He's a former medical practitioner. He's a very well-known former medical practitioner. And he's also a very well-known pro-life advocate. And up until a few years ago. And I was very surprised for him to indicate that it is, in fact, as I concur, that the 8th Amendment has no place in the Constitution because it should be a matter for the legislature on the basis that the complexities around pregnancy and human life in general cannot be dealt with in a blanket ban when there are so many examples and reasons why it is not appropriate to have the 8th Amendment in place. On Monday last, Concordia, I listened to one of my colleagues break down during their contribution to the Fine Gael Parliamentary Party, and then another and another. And the unmistakable quiver in the voices of so many contributors, both then and here, and indeed yesterday during the contributions. We have heard it, as I've said here again today. And I listened to the passion about life and about equality, liberty and freedom of choice on both sides of this debate. And I believe that in certain instances you can learn a great deal from the expression on a person's face when you listen to, broadly speaking, raw, unbridled emotion. And when you hear the stories of how torn some of the members of this House are, and indeed the Seanad, or listening to friends and relatives, as I have done over the last number of weeks and months, it's very clear that they, like me, are torn between head and heart. Monday, after that parliamentary party meeting, I lay awake until 5 o'clock in the morning, or thereabouts, and I was consumed by the cyclical argument that it is wrong for us to ship our women to the UK and further afield, or expect them to buy a pill online, or worse, to carry a baby who will never breathe or cry or hold their mother's hand. Or worse, Ceann Comhairle, to carry the child of a rapist or a pregnancy as a result of incest. Yet, in these circumstances, we are expecting to impose the views of those who voted 35 years ago on the women of childbearing age today. And Ceann Comhairle, I think that's wrong, and I believe I'm not the only one. I would not have said any of this a few years ago, but I believe we can no longer accept shipping women to the UK or further afield, nor is it acceptable for us to fail to provide proper health care for the women of Ireland when they come home. How is it acceptable for us as a society to expect a grieving parent to ship their baby home in a box? Where is the humanity or Christianity in that? Human life, of course, is precious, and it is also extraordinarily complex. But sometimes pregnancies go wrong. Undoubtedly, Ceann Comhairle, the 8th Amendment has stopped women from availing of terminations, and thus it has saved lives. On other occasions, however, it has interfered with doctors in the performance of their duties and cost lives. We don't hear about the former of those two, but we very much do hear about the latter in very, very tragic circumstances. The other issue of main concern to me, and one which both Citizens' Assembly and the committee spent a great deal of time discussing, was the prevalence of abortion pills, with one provider in the UK stating that they had shipped 1,800 or thereabout pills to Ireland in 2016. These pills, unsupervised, are dangerous, and we must, in the public interest, regulate them. That's our job. That's the job of the Houses of the Oireachtas. And we should not and cannot shirk from that responsibility. But under Article 43(3), we can't. We cannot regulate a pill which is readily available in every house in this country, should they wish to go online and buy it, which potentially could result in the death of a woman, or worse, the death of a woman with catastrophic consequences on their family, among other awful outcomes from that. And I believe that regardless of anybody's view on the morality or indeed the views of those who voted in 1983, that we have a scenario that didn't exist then, and it shows the futility of the constitutional ban. We could remove the ban and we could facilitate a proper medical and diagnostic analysis of those pills. And we could make a decision to ban them perhaps, or regulate them, or limit their availability through medical practitioners who ultimately should be the ones who determine whether one should be made available or not. But allowing it to continue, allowing them to come into this country unfettered, to me is completely wrong. Clearly I intend to vote in favour of the enabling bill for the people of Ireland to determine the future of the 8th Amendment. With no one person under the age of 53 having ever voted on this matter, I believe it is at minimum what members of this House should do, because we are all democrats. The people own the Constitution. We are merely the custodians of that Constitution. We should let the people decide and take steps thereafter if they decide to repeal or not. That is a decision for the Irish people. My colleagues on both sides of this House, no doubt, are under enormous pressure from their electors to vote against that enabling bill whenever the wording is produced. But the reality of it is that those who shout loudest sometimes are not in the majority on either side of the debate. But the fundamental principle of living in this republic and its ideals means that we should, of course, afford the opportunity for the people themselves to determine what should or should not be in the Constitution. As I said, we merely are the custodians of the Constitution. We facilitate access to it from time to time to allow the people to decide whether it should or should not be changed, altered, amended, or otherwise. And I think, therefore, we should do that. And I know many of my colleagues who hold opposite views to my own on the constitutional ban on abortion will still facilitate this bill. And I think that takes great courage. And I would like to thank them here for doing so, even if they don't agree with my position on it. I know some who don't will facilitate a vote, and I wish to thank them. I would like to touch, Ceann Comhairle, upon the tone of this debate, because it's almost been entirely respectful, and I think members should be commended for that. And perhaps in vain, I hope that if the enabling bill is passed, the public debate will be equally respectful. But like others, I want to reference the content of some communications correspondence that I've received of late, including one that greeted me in my constituency office last night when I quite randomly went there to check on something. And I, of course, I'm not intent on reading the entirety of it, but I just want to reference one or two extracts for illustration. The pro-choice women in government can find a budget and an agenda to murder babies. Pro-choice women plan on emotionally manipulating the Irish people into facilitating murder. They plan to play with the electoral fears around pregnancy. You should hold your head in shame. You are a deceiver. You are a disgrace. These women, it's like panto season, is alive and kicking in Dáil Éireann right now, with the good, the bad, and the damn right dowdy. The women in government and on the opposition benches are attempting to make a fool of all the women in this country. They think we are all stupid. You are living in cloud cuckoo land. I'm pretty sure Kate, Claire, Breed, etc. wouldn't know how to spell the word love. The female snakes in government and opposition are plotting and scheming. And women who avail of abortions in the UK have no moral compass, are not happily married, have other deeply rooted issues in their psyche, are not happy with their lives. They do not know the meaning of the word love. They have chips on their shoulder. They are disgusting. How dare they? How dare you? Let's face it, they are female emotional manipulators. And the men, you are gutless passengers. I am praying to the Holy Spirit to guide you. That's not all from one email, I might add. That's from a few. I would, in conclusion, Ceann Comhairle, I'd like to thank my colleagues for listening and being respectful in listening and not interrupting. And I again would like to thank the members of both the Citizens' Assembly and the Committee on the 8th Amendment of the Constitution in their recommendations, which broadly speaking are uniform with some small alterations. And I sincerely hope that those who might be listening or reading the debate in this chamber will understand that a constitutional ban, a ban on abortion has no place in the Constitution, and that if there was to be an outright ban or a partial ban, that it should be legislated for, because we cannot ever foresee the events of the future, but we can look to the past and we can assess and evaluate what has happened since 1983. Even in the opinion of Peter Sutherland, when he suggested that life was viable at 25 to 28 weeks. In fact, it's viable at about 23 weeks now, because medical science has advanced extraordinarily. And to me, that would mean that unless that baby had no chance of life outside of the womb, there would be no particular reason for a termination to take place below 23 weeks. And that life was feasible and possible thereafter. But we are legislators, we're put here by the people to make decisions on their behalf. But sometimes we need to ask them to make a decision for us. And that's why facilitating a passage of a bill enabling a referendum on the Constitution is so important and critical to the future of this debate, which has troubled members of this House and the Seanad for the last 30 years. And I, again, Ceann Comhairle, wish to thank those who have contributed to this discussion so far, and I look forward to the production of the bill enabling a referendum. Thank you.
Contributor is Deputy Danny Healy-Rae. Now, the debate will need to adjourn at 7 o'clock. So if you're still on your feet, Deputy, I'd ask you at 7 to propose the adjournment of this debate.
Ceann Comhairle, this is a very serious, contentious matter, and this debate is being watched and listened to all around the country and beyond. Since I came up here almost 2 years ago, it has dominated many days, many weeks inside here, and there has been many discussions about this. And a lot of people have different views and are able to articulate their view both here inside in this chamber, in the Oireachtas Committee, in the Citizens' Assembly, and indeed right around the country. Everyone is talking and can articulate their view. However, the small baby who has begun the journey into this world can't express a view, can't say a word, or ask to be let live. And for that little baby, I'm standing up for the right of that baby to be allowed to live and to continue the journey into this world. Life is a very precious gift, and sometimes there is only the breath of your nail between being dead or alive. And I believe that God alone decides, or should, as to when we come into this world or depart it. Many people, including children, fight illness bravely to try to stay alive. And indeed, it's heartbreaking when a family loses a child, a mother, a father, or any family member through cancer or any of the many other illnesses that take people suddenly out of this world. Many women try so hard to start a family and go to enormous effort and expense to conceive and start a family. Indeed, I know of one woman who tried so hard to have a child and actually jeopardized her own life in that quest. Recently, I met a family who were very, very down as they were going to have to give up a 3-year-old little boy that they had fostered for the last 2 years. They're heartbroken. Many couples who can't have children would gladly adopt them, and at sometimes they fail in even doing that. I love life myself, and both myself and Eileen are lucky enough to have had 6 children. My son Johnny and Caroline have 2 children now, and I love my grandchildren very much and watched them grow from when they were born, from being so small, getting strong and sturdy, and recognize the care and attention they need every minute and every hour of every day when they can't yet do for themselves. I love all children. They are our future. And indeed, I have the same care for women, all women, girls, who give so much to their children, husbands, partners, to their homes, to work, business, to politics, and everything else. Indeed, I was criticized very recently by other politicians for trying to get elderly, sick people into hospital who needed urgent medical intervention to stay alive. So it's incumbent on me to argue for the survival of the small, tiny baby inside of a womb, starting the journey into this world. And from the moment of being conceived, I believe the baby has a right to life. The 8th Amendment has given equal right to life to mother and baby. And I believe a lot of good, decent, hard-working people in this country share the same view as myself. I firmly believe that life begins when a baby begins to grow inside a woman. I believe it is a crime to take a life inside the womb or outside of it weeks later. In the context of this debate, it has to be remembered that there are all kinds of contraceptives and devices to prevent pregnancy and which in times gone by girls and women didn't have. There were large families reared and brought up in my parish and indeed neighbouring parishes. In our parish there were 17 Lovets, 22 Cahills, 16 Sullivans, and my own grandfather had 12 children. And they certainly didn't have very much, but the one thing they did have was love for each other. They cared and looked out for one another. I know that in bygone days, young girls were frowned upon if they became pregnant, even locked away. That was very, very wrong. Very, very, very wrong. However, glad we moved a long ways from that now. That was almost up to 50 years ago. There is a broad respect and for all pregnant girls and women. I reject the selective way the Citizens' Assembly was set up. Indeed, there was no representative at all from Kerry or from several other counties. They were not elected by anyone. They were selectively put in place, and I believe that was wrong. I believe that our Oireachtas committee was biased in the way it operated, and the view of the people, the pro-life people, was not properly taken into account. Of course, all the people around the country will have a democratic right to decide this referendum. But what is crucial, critical to this decision is the wording that this Dáil will be put in place and that the people will be asked to vote on. I don't think it's necessary to repeal the aid, which has served the mothers and babies equally well for many years. And Article 43(3) has protected the life of the mother should the pregnancy endanger her life. The question has not been answered as to what will replace the aid if it is removed. People should educate, that is the real worry. And the other question, and I believe that a lot of people don't know what happens. People should educate themselves on what happens or how an abortion is carried out. Because many people I don't think have. And it's really hurtful. It's really so bad when you think that the abortionist, what he does is injects the baby twice. First to paralyze the baby and then to stop his heart beating. I believe that is murder. I believe that is wrong. And I believe that to do that, and I couldn't do that, I will be no part of that. In the course of this debate, and I had it written out there yesterday, one deputy mentioned something about little Molly and about 3,500 children that were homeless. I certainly hope that deputy didn't mean that those children shouldn't be alive, but nevertheless, the deputy mentioned it in the course of the debate last night. Another deputy mentioned former Bishop Eamon Casey. I don't know what that has had or how his name should be mentioned in this debate at all. What I'd say to that person is Eamon Casey did a lot of good for a lot of people, both in England, in Galway and in Kerry. And some of the deputies that are looking for and asking for abortion here and sign this in this chamber, if they live to be as old as Methuselah, they would never do as good or as much for people as Eamon Casey, who is now deceased, did for people in his life.
Can I ask you to propose the adjournment of the debate now, and you'll have 9 minutes plus when we come back.
I propose the adjournment of the debate.
Thank you very much, Deputy. We move now to topical issues. Have we a minister to deal with the items on topical issues? Yes? Minister English. Our first issue comes from Deputy Eamon Scanlon, who wants to discuss the position with BPS payments to farmers on the Killery Mountain. Deputy Scanlon.
Thank you, Can Corla, and I'm here this evening to voice the concerns of 33 landowners who have farm on Killery Mountain on the Sligo-Leitrim border, and to request urgent investigation on the current position in which the Department of Agriculture are only partially paying BPS and ANC payments to those farmers. These landowners are being penalised following a major gorse fire which started on the 3rd of May last year. There is 1,000 acres of commonage on the mountain with 33 farmers